Today we will be doing it a little bit different in the induction of the OHS because we've got feeding from Florida to Marco Lake and Marco Lake to Florida. So I'll be doing a generic one on the induction. A few of the house rules under the occupational health and safety, and also to ensure that we are all aware of the safety induction on both of the campuses. I would just like to say to you that Unisa has a full flexible OHS team that is 24/7 on campuses. We also have 24/7 security on both of the campuses at all times, should you need assistance under security or under OHS. Should you have an emergency, please do not hesitate to contact any of the security close to the venue. When you are outside of the venue, you find security posted at any of those entrances. We do have clinic facilities on the campuses with our clinic nurses that are on the campuses that are on standby should you have any emergency situation. Please do not hesitate if you're not feeling well, you've got a headache and so on, to please visit the clinic area where you will get emergency assistance. Now, coming to a situation of an emergency, um, our first point of an emergency would be that please stay calm, do not rush out in the case of an emergency. The marshals that are on duties in your facility and in the venue will be able to direct you. From the Florida Science campus, our access routes are on my left hand side and on the right hand side. And at Macklemore, it will be where you came in from the main entrances and also in the venue, right on the northern sides, the escape routes are, and in front of the podium area. Those are the escape routes. Once you have escaped, the emergency marshals and security will be pointing you to the assemble point where we will be doing a roll call. Part of the rules is that our colleagues, you need to take note that when you need the ablution facilities like your toilets and that, once you go out of the main entrance doors of any of the venues at Macklemore or at Florida Science Campus, you will find the toilet facilities on your left hand side, or you can just ask the security officers. They will direct you to the closest toilet facilities. For the colleagues that are smoking, please do not smoke within the building or within the toilet facilities. You might just ignite the emergency protocols. Once you feel like you need a smoke, please go outside of the building. There is assemble points where smoking designated areas are, where you can have a nice, relaxing smoke area. Colleagues, in the case of an emergency, our control rooms are 24/7 operational. The emergency control rooms numbers are available at security, but I will just give you the main emergency numbers. On the Florida campus, it is 011 471 011 471 2464. 2464, that's our control room in Florida. At Macklemore, it is 012 012 429 6666. I repeat, Macklemore 012 429 6666. Thank you very much. Colleagues, please enjoy your day at Florida and Macklemore campuses on this day. For any emergency, please do not hesitate to contact security. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdullah. So before we actually start, I think we're going to start the live link directly um, from Magnetic campus. So I'm waiting for the queue actually from them to come. So this is actually quite an interesting thing to see stuff on the screen like this. It's not quite the same as Teams meetings where you're continuously looking at yourself while you're having an online meeting. It's a little bit different. Yeah, I think I'll introduce myself in the meantime. My name is Warren. I am an atmospheric scientist at the NRF, STAYON, and yes, I'll be directing facilities on this campus. But I think we're waiting for the direct feed from this. I'm already on the feed. Now is the thing. Not yet. Should I keep talking? Okay. So I think we'll wait for the direct feed from the other campus. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we are just starting. They've just started the slide, so I might get a link coming through very shortly. We are going to proceed with our program. So it's now my privilege, my pleasure to invite you to the podium Professor Paul Webber, the Acting Vice Principal, Research, Postgraduate Studies, Innovation and Commercialization, to provide a bit of context, but also to share a welcome on behalf of Professor Nick Kapula, who will take it to the Senate meeting at the moment. So, appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Director, Dr. Gillian Ramsey, and the host, Ryan Debate, is that the science campus. I am told that the today and tomorrow we are right with speakers. And they say, if you have nothing to do as kitchen, thank you is the best one. Until by ladies and gentlemen, we have ladies and gentlemen, when they start the Indeed, in Africa, wisdom has many faces. Sometimes it's Yes, thank you very much, Gillian. Hope you guys can hear me okay on that side. And from the science campus, I just like to start by saying a big amen to that that address that we just had. Um, so I think we're heading off to our first speaker of the day, which is Professor Sudesh Rivasaru. Hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Can you hear me? It looks like I can't hear. Can you guys hear me? Well, I'm going to introduce Professor Sudesh on this side in any case. Um, so Professor Sudesh is a DSI NRF Star Chief Chair for Biomedical Engineering and Innovation and Director of the Biomedical Engineering Research Center at the University of Cape Town. His pioneering work continues to transform healthcare technologies and innovation ecosystems across South Africa. Please join me in welcoming Professor. Introductions that I hope the others find. When I was looking at Gillian on the program, it just got me PTSD. And even that both of us were in the same room a couple of weeks ago, Gillian understand what I'm saying. But just to realize that we are in two different campuses, and I hope technology doesn't act up now this time, as it did 2 weeks ago. See some just gets reminded just reminds me of how good technology can be and cannot be. Finally, so I will start my lecture now. So uh, thanks, thanks, uh, Professor Mufo, for the introductions and for setting the stage. And I want to follow what you said, uh, you know, with an apology for the delay in start, but I hope it doesn't continue the same way. But thank you so much for that, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. And today I'm going to briefly present about Made in Africa. It's a, it's a, it's a thing that I'm very passionate about, and specifically, I want to see if we can actually help with the medical device that we do. And that's going to be this talk. And before I get the core of my talk, to look at the audience and ask, for show of hands, in the audience, how many of you have used a medical device? Okay, okay. So that's like two-thirds of the audience have used a medical device. How many of you are currently using a medical device as you sit in this auditorium? Anyone using a medical device as we are in this auditorium? Okay. Glasses? Yes, exactly. Yeah. So now two-thirds is becoming more. Yeah, I like it. Smartwatches? Okay. Are smartwatches medical devices? Yes, no, not yet. Some of them are, not everything is a medical device yet, but there is a long, it's just getting better and better. And it's just a matter of time before they also become a certified medical device. Why I'm mentioning that is it, it, it is something that we use almost on every single day, but we don't realize that there is a, whenever we talk about medical device, we almost immediately think about MRI machines, CT scanners, the Da Vinci machines for surgeries. But it's not that case. You know, there's a whole gamut of medical devices, and some of them are very simple medical devices, like the eyeglasses that I'm wearing. And this is where I would like to change our focus to say two-thirds of global population do not have access to these essential medical devices. And that if you have access to a medical device and if you have been using a medical device, then, well, we are not in that two-third. But majority, two-thirds of the global population do not have access to these medical devices. And it's a shocking stat when you look at it because we have a combination of problems. And I'm not saying medical devices are the only solution to these problems, but it could be a potential enhancer of certain ways in which we deliver healthcare. So let's look at some stats. I'm just not making up these numbers. And let's look up some stats and see how this actually works. This is a world mapper project. It's a very it's a I like this one because it actually shapes and changes the area of the geography based on how big the incidence is. And we're looking at the death of age of children under the age of 5. And you can see that Africa predominantly has a very pungent numbers here. And I want us to closely observe this as we go to the next part of this presentation, because when we go to HIV, again, Africa is increasing in its size, and other nations are slowly but steadily increasing in size. Why it's important for us to understand this is because of the complex nature in which our healthcare burden is. We're not just dealing with just non-communicable diseases or just infectious diseases. We also have a combination of non-communicable diseases, infectious diseases, as well as injuries and road traffic accidents and violence. And these leads to subsequent complexities in how we deliver healthcare. Now we have seen this problem. How are we actually addressing this? Let's look at how much we spend on healthcare. Just in comparison to the previous charts that we saw in terms of the burden, and now looking at the expenditure, we almost non-existent on the map. And that's, if that doesn't shock you, the other bigger number to look into is the number of physicians working in our areas. Here we have a quadruple burden. We have highest increasing number of disease burdens. We have new complex diseases that are which are emerging from many other mechanisms. We have decreased amount of healthcare expenditure, and we have decreased number of physicians working in this space. Despite that, Africa is very healthy, right? And there's much more that we can actually do to make this healthier. But there is another thing that we need to take into account, which is something that will affect almost every one of us, which is health as a primary contributor leading to something called the multidimensional poverty. And you can see there's a significant global population that is going to be affected and is being affected because of lack of access to health and how that leads to the multidimensional poverty. So what what am I trying to say with this? We have 2 in 3 people globally who do not have access to healthcare. Very limited number of physicians, very limited number of healthcare expenditure, and health is actually leading to more and more poverty. What are we doing about it? This can be, because because I work in medical devices and everything looks like a medical device to me. And well, okay, let me solve this problem by getting donations, right? So let's say if we can bring in donations, let's see if that works, because we are seen as a equipment donation area, because we get a lot of donations of medical equipment in Africa, South Africa, across the world. I would like us to just have this image. This is from a very famous hospital in the vicinity on the right. Um, it's a room full of equipments that have not been used. It's a room full of equipments. In these cases, it has been purchased, but it has not been used, it has not been maintained. And this is a global scenario. And something that is more common that you might be familiar is this scenario where we have broken wheelchairs all over the places. And because we end up becoming equipment graveyards and donation graveyards. So it's not that the wheelchairs are not designed good, it's not designed for context. When you bring a wheelchair that is being used completely in a perfect landscape, and you try to use them in a landscape which is the terrain is very mixed up, the wheelchairs don't actually live up. What really happens there is spare parts scarcity that is affecting. There's a whole study that's been conducted about 38.3% of equipments are not functional that are being donated into the continent. And it's not necessarily because they're not good, it's not fit for purpose, and it is not the right environment where it's going to be used. And most importantly, it costs clinicians and technicians for maintenance of this. And when we look at, leave out building new equipment, right? Can we maintain what we already have? The number of people, the number of registered workforce that is in biomedical equipment maintenance, this is from WHO stats, is very, very limited. We have very few people. You can look for yourself the numbers for South Africa and the rest of Africa. And this number speaks to itself why most of our equipments are broken, if not maintained. I had the opportunity to contribute briefly to this WHO note, which talks about the medical device donations and considerations. It specifically recommends in terms of what should be considered in terms of getting a donation, not just, I would like to have 10,000 wheelchairs, but do we have sufficient maintenance plan for these 10,000 wheelchairs to run in the streets? Do we have the nuts and bolts that is required for maintenance of these wheelchairs? People, personnel, do we have them? And if not, it's going to be another graveyard that we're going to be creating. And this is going to be more efficiency in our system. Okay, now let's go into designing a new medical device from scratch. You've got to start by saying, is it a medical device? Started by introducing that most of us use medical devices. Some are simple, some are complex. And the other important thing to take into account is where is it going to be sold? Is it going to be sold in South Africa? Is it going to be sold in Europe? Is it going to be sold in Asia? Then what is the kind of risk? Because the most important thing that you, as a medical device designer, is to keep it account that you shouldn't be introducing new risk to your patients. If you can make their health better, that's great, but you should make sure there is no new additional risks that are introduced to the patients that are using or the users in general who's going to use it. But the most important thing is who's going to pay for these medical devices. We assume that the government will pay. It's not the case in most cases. We have to figure out who exactly is going to pay for these medical devices. Where is the investment going to come from, and how is that going to be done? If we don't have access to things, we will end up having another excellent research project, but that's not translated. And if we really want to change the scenario, we need to figure out how to change this excellent ideas into that something as a solution that can go into our clinics. And just to give you an idea, this is the roadmap to get a medical device to I don't know which part of we predominantly focus on the design and development, but there's a whole lot of sequences that needs to happen before technology, health technology can actually reach the patients or the clinicians who are going to end up using it. The first and foremost is, are we aware of these processes? Second is, can we upskill ourselves to do this? Third is, what is needed as an infrastructure to get this? Because predominantly we focus on design and development. That pink line will solve the world's problem. But the pink line is a small part of the bigger problem. We have to differentiate between inventions, innovations, and the ones that actually go into patients' hands. And that's a very different ballgame altogether. So what does that mean? It means that 90% of innovations fail. And this is documented in evidence. And more importantly, if you have a product in mind, 95% of innovations fail. So this makes it even more interesting. So any guess how many percentage of innovations will fail from academia? I don't want to give the specific number, but it's higher than 95%. Because we are happy to report it as a general publication, because our priority is not product innovation. But we need all of this. But if we can even reduce 5% of this from 95% to 90%, I think we will contribute significantly to our healthcare space. That means I would like to introduce my philosophy through design. Talk about comprehensively looking at a problem, not just from a design and development point of view, but also looking from the clinician's point of view, the user point of view, the reimbursement point of view, so looking for the awareness point of view, because there is always a bigger thing, the bigger understanding that something that is coming from the north is better than something that is from the north. We need to create awareness about this. And the academics out here, I would like to kind of push the agenda that teaching is a very underrated research tool, because if you want to try multiple iterations of innovations, I think you could do it very well with teaching, very well with short projects, with short dissertations, and we definitely will be able to exponentially increase how much research output that we're able to generate by the modality using student power and then collective thinking in terms of music. That's what we have done. We have adopted from by design to our medical device design curriculum, and a number of students are trained on a regular basis. Just to give you an overview, if you're developing a medical product, health product, you've got to keep it account that they need to be within good medical practices. You need to keep it account the ISO 13485 requirement, and this is in addition to being due diligence done in terms of design and development. You've got to make sure that it is compliant with the clinical aspects as well. But as I kept saying, safety is the number one priority than the efficacy. We always tend to focus more on efficacy, but as a medical device innovator, it's quite important that we take ownership of the safety. And just to give you a breakdown, 35% of devices in the class 1 devices, class 1 category, 53 in class 2, and 9% in class 3. Any guess how many percentage of what kind of medical devices we can get it fully certified in South Africa from a medical device? But I'm not talking about diagnostics, medical devices. There are three categories. How many categories can get it certified fully from South Africa? If you make it in South Africa, if you can use that. How many categories? One, two, three. I'll give you examples as we go. So as far as it's easily one, it's doable. Anything around two, you actually have to go through a predicate route, which is quite complex, and we do not have examination system to do anything about that. So what ends up happening is you have to route it through an already existing certifying body like the CE or FDA, then bring it back into the country to get it approved for usage in South Africa. And this has happened on multiple occasions in our own device innovations where we had to go into FDA to get it certified at FDA at a cost of a couple of $1 million before it can come down to South Africa for usage, for purely South African innovation to be used in South Africa. We have to go through this. But why I'm mentioning this is, our regulatory agencies are also mature, and it's just a matter of time before we can actually get all of these in place. So we know the classical value of death, right? So, when you start an innovation, you kind of go from innovation to product, and there's a big value of death. We all understand this, and we wanted all of us here try to bridge this value of death through our work in some means or another. But the reality is that we have multiple values of death. It's not a single value of death. And these values of death, each one of them is going to hold you from getting to the market at some point or the other. And the real question is, are you equipped for this reality of multiple values of death? And if so, can we share that learning? If not, can we do something about it? What is the intervention that will actually convert your innovation into something into a product that can be used by people out there? This really is I always like using this particular slide because it talks about a person going from point A to point B. But if there is no streamlined effort, the cars go, if there's no lane for cars, if there's no lane for tuk-tuk, if there's no lane for people to walk, all of us congest this road, and then it ends up that nobody reaches our destination on time. And there's a lot of apologies that are going to come through that side. But why I'm saying this is exactly what is happening in our innovation ecosystem. We all do our independent things, and there is no ecosystem that drives this going forward. What is the real cost of that? The real cost of that is that after you have a product that you have matured, the amount of investment that is required to build the infrastructure to mature your product is going significantly higher. And that's where we have to look into our funding instruments to see how much what would be the value of funding instruments that we have. For innovation, there is like a lot of funding instruments that are available, for $500,000 to $1 million to a couple of million, easily available. So the next step going into industrialization, the funding challenges go from a couple of millions to a few tens of millions. And then when you go into industrialization, into scale, it goes from few tens of millions to few hundreds of millions. And we have to reflect on ourselves. Are we as a country, are we as universities, are we as science councils equipped with that level of funding for us to take one product into the market? If you think that is an exaggeration, let's look at what it takes for a medical device to actually go into the market. The cost of a medical device to go into market, just to give you an idea, average ablation device would cost you about $77 million. This is like a couple of years of data, but still, it's you could just do the conversion. We are already speaking of a few hundred millions of units in terms of taking one product into the market. Why is this a point of concern? Is because we have an excellent number of innovations, an excellent number of inventions. All of them get caught in the classical value of death, not being able to move forward if we do not have the ecosystem. And what is that ecosystem that we require? We require a complex ecosystem that works with one another. So to simplify it, let's start by bare minimum, simple basics. If we talk about medical devices, we need to have separate manufacturing license. We need to have GMP and GCP certifications. We need to have ISO 9001 and ISO 13485 certifications that are required even though R&D. If you want your product to get over your limits of your lab to get to the market, you need these in terms of getting it into the marketplace. And that actually opens up a real question in terms of how many of our universities and science councils are equipped to do this, just medical devices space. And can you correlate this to other innovation spaces as well? Because if we are intentional about our innovation translation, we need to look at the footsteps that are required for this innovation to actually translate. And that leads me to showing you some examples of how we managed to get this. And this is a slide that I like because all these are innovations from MedTech. We call this the head-to-toe of MedTech innovation, all developed by our own students and from my team, where we address multiple health issues with technological products on our side. And many of them are in the commercial space, many of them have failed, many of them are still in the process of crossing the bridge, crossing the chasm. But each one is a learning experience. If it fails, we have a great philosophy that we can convert that into a publication. But if it doesn't fail, let's create jobs, let's make money. Right? Let's see how that works. So before we even go into all of this, there is a fundamental differentiation that we need to understand. We, as the African population, have a very different geometry compared to the global north that we use as a Caucasian reference that we use in most of our studies. And in medical devices, it's a common thing that it's predominantly designed in the north and it's pushed down to the south. And we're not just making this up. We actually wanted to prove this because the implants that we were importing from north were failing constantly on South African population. And we did a study about this. We just did a comparison between how the human bone is different in the Caucasian population to African population. And as part of that study, we did extensive analysis of a set of data from the Swiss population and compared it directly against matched it and compared it against the South African population. What we found was that anatomically, the humeral head is very different in the African population compared to the Caucasian population. This was a published article, and what that led is to find out that when we use a very different anatomical peak points, it will lead to what is called a septic loosening and subsequently the failure of shoulder implants. This is just one example of one lab that is trying to do the work in that particular area. But we need to understand that it's not a set geometry that we're working with. And that is where it's important for us to differentiate ourselves, to go to the first principles of where we are starting with the design and converting that into useful solutions. And then, we developed this framework that is still being used as a reference for total shoulder arthroplasty. And, that led us to multiple other publications that led to optimal placements of shoulder implants and also going sensitive plants in the screen. Use cadavers to profile innovations. It's also about surgical planning. The same surgical planning technique that is used for traditional reference geometry may not work for African geometry. So you got to relook into how you redesign your surgical planning tools. So we ended up designing a surgical planning tool that helped us to design a different mechanism of insertion points. Uh, that is the Dorsey tendon transfer procedure, and we ended up creating something quite. But it's not just enough there. We also need to test, and to test our implants. Again, there are specific ASTM guidelines that we need to follow, specific ISO standards that we need to follow, and we realized that we do not have these testing facilities the whole continent, and there are only about a handful of these testing centers globally, and you need to send it to them. And at a cost of few hundred thousand euros, you get these design here to be tested. So we thought it's just too much of an effort. So we ended up making our own testing device in compliant with the ASTM standard. And this is the way that we can actually start building smaller testing and standardization mechanisms. What we also found is that our problems are also quite our problems are unique because the slide that you see speaks to about gunshot injuries in shoulder. You might be wondering, gunshot happens in most countries. Why is it unique to South Africa? We actually have a very unique data set or very unique population group which gets affected by injuries in the scapula. Scapula is the shoulder blade just in the back, because people try to escape to, from getting hit from a gunshot. So when they run, they get shot on the shoulder blade. And we do not have, so this is very unique. But what we found is that the traditional uh, plates that are used for fixing these gunshot injuries do not work for gunshot injuries like that happens in South Africa, because it's a high energy impact and the bone actually shatters. So in those cases, what we ended up doing is we created our own plates that based on multiple gunshot reference points, and we created our plates here, which can be customized to the patient and can be used in that particular set. So I'm kind of reiterating that the geometry is not the same. So let's not assume that the geometry is the same. So when we go to doing something as a base reference, check whether it is relevant to our context. And I want to go into slightly a different problem, which is the hand and skin problem, because the EEG devices that we use for screening epilepsy. If you go to these EEG devices, you will notice that there will always be an outlier in terms of data that we secure from EEG studies, and it so happens that these outliers are always happen to be African data. The reason being that for you to have the electrodes that are placed on the skull, it's very difficult for the African context. So the electrodes need to be closely in contact with the skin to capture the data, but to capture the EEG. But because of the skin texture, the electrode gets pushed out, and because of it getting pushed out, the African data seems to be always an outlier, and these tend to have an extremely imbalanced diagnosis of epilepsy. What have we done? So we tend to check with the patients if they're okay with the shaving a part of the hair. Some of them are very sensitive; they don't want to do that. So they, and also there's a big social stigma in epilepsy. People don't want to get diagnosed because it can go somewhere permanently. So what we could do, we partnered with Oxford. Oxford had this major project around epilepsy screening. We partnered with them and we created a solution that can actually clear, move the hair, hold the electrodes in place, and get secure and get the EEG signals complete at a time. Why I'm mentioning this is again to say that our problems are unique and we need unique solutions which are contextually relevant. And this contextually relevant solution may not be contextually relevant for somebody with a different hair coming from a global. So we need to make sure that we understand saying here is because some of our super spreaders of TB, we need to have their infectiousness index, and very often it happens to be something that they go into a specialty TB clinic and they cough into this uh, the cascade system, and they wait for a few weeks for the culture to grow and see how that can see whether they're actually infectious or not. But how often do you think a patient is going to live up, give their or come out of their daily wages job to come and do this testing? It's very limited. So we did a full review with some of the TB survivors, and then we found that it would be useful for them to use something in their day-to-day practice. They would like to take them with these kind of devices with them to do their trials. So we created a system where the patient can actually carry this, the coffee cup, they cough into it, close it, retain it a couple of days, give it back to the clinic so that we can do the trial. Essentially, we also need to understand that the economics of things for getting tested is very different in high resource setting to low resource setting. And similarly, the equipment, we had some designs for equipments that changes how we pick up the biopsy, which is quite a relevant case in TB as well. Why there is why I'm mentioning this is because the burden is quite different as well. And now I want to go into speaking on some other innovations that actually have made impact, and what were the hurdles and what were the bottlenecks that we had to cross. And with any good intention that you want to do, I've always had thought that if I were to make a global impact, I have to put my solutions in open source. And I'm sure there are some noble-minded people who still think that, but we realized that it's not a straightforward process. There are a couple of couple, if not multiple, challenges on the road. Because just one, when you put your innovations in open source, your tech transfer office is not going to be happy about it. But we are not allowed to do it because of the National IPR Act. Because if there is a potential for job creation, you will have to declare it and get permission before you can actually put it into open source. And this is something that we learned as we went through this process of creating a crutch for myasthenia gravis. Myasthenia gravis is a neurological condition that affects eyelids from eyelids droop. I see some of the members of the audience who are getting eyelid drooping. I don't know if it's because of myasthenia gravis or heavy breakfast, but we tend to use it. The eyelid crutches helps them to lift their eyelids, and it's a progressive process. So at different point of the day, they will be able to elevate their eyelids. It's a very African problem. You might have seen in shopping complexes, if you observe people, you might have seen people with drooping eyelids. The real challenge is their eyelids close their visual axis. To avoid that, you will see people walking like this so that their eyelids get a little elevated and they can see through. Or they will use a cap to pull their eyelids up. So we created this first 3D printed solution, very simple, inspired from the Google Lens of the old days, something that you can clip on, universally clip on any frame of glasses and put them on the eyelids. We wanted to make it open source because we thought that's the way that we can actually make impact. But then we realized NIPO has its guidelines, National IPR Act has the guidelines. So we had to follow these guidelines to make sure that we get the approvals. Took about 6 months for us to get the approvals. Subsequently, this ended up becoming South Africa's first open source medical device. Right? Why I'm saying why I'm saying this is because now this particular solution is being used in 17 different countries. Different parts of the people who cannot afford these. They reach us, they get a contract signed, then they get their files, we ship the solutions to them, and they use it in different parts of the world. Why? It's it's always crossing that. No, I didn't realize that open source was such a problem until we had to cross this. I didn't realize contracting was such a big problem until we had to put this, because at the end of the day, you don't want a patient doing it wrongly and getting the the university to be sued for it. So you need to have the indemnity in place. All these need to be taken into account. So the path of commercialization or translation is not just around the innovation or the invention. It's about figuring out all the various other missing gaps that will allow us to take further. So um, I'm going to shift gears. We were all through the stress tested 2020 during COVID, and where we had a big supply chain issue. And interestingly, we had major supplies coming from one particular country, and then we were blocked on multiple cases. So our team went on to develop multiple solutions, and this is where we realized what's how effective, how efficient a team of innovators can actually be, because we realized that proximity is key, to get all of these things done. And that's when I really like the cluster models that Lisa is proposing, because it's about getting the relevant players all together in the room. We found that in COVID, this was possible because almost everybody was available to do the kind of like-minded research to advance science during COVID. We designed some face shields, we designed some testing booths, we designed some ear loops for patients who are wearing, or public who are wearing masks for a long time. These were significantly cost-effective solutions that we provided at a rapid pace. We're talking about a couple of days to deploy the first prototype to test, and then the second prototype to test, and third prototype to clinical validation. All this happened in a week or two. And as we were progressing, the visors that you see, we made it less than 10 runs, and we made about 56,000 of these distributed. Again, distribution, if distribution is not your cup of tea, partner with somebody who's already doing it. So gift of givers, we partnered with them, and they distributed across South Africa. The booths, we had PPE shortage, so clinicians had to change the PPEs every time they were testing a patient. So we designed these booths, and we deployed it in major hotspots so that clinicians didn't have to change as many PPEs as needed. So see where the problem is. That's an infrastructure, but it still solved the PPE crisis. The loop, we partnered with a company that is doing TB diagnostics to issue this for free. But why I'm mentioning this is innovation needn't necessarily be always complex. It can be very simple. If it solves the problem, that is what we're looking at. But on the other side, everybody started designing ventilators. So we also did our part in terms of designing ventilators. These are the various types of ventilators that we were building. And the final version of the ventilator that we were building had something of this sort, where it was a completely software-driven uh, solution that could be used for not only the past pandemic, also for the future pandemic, with a very very simple software upgrade. We had a couple, it's by and large, I can say it very proudly that this is the most advanced South Africa built ventilator. But that doesn't solve the problem, right? Okay, why I'm saying your technology solutions alone don't solve the problem. The one on the top right, top left is the UC vent, which is the most advanced BPAP solution that we have. That is fully homegrown solution. When we actually took it to the clinics for deploying it in our clinics, the acceptance was almost zero. Not because it is coming from UCT, or not because it is coming from South Africa. First of all, they asked us the question which we never thought about. We were busy designing and solving the problem, but we never thought about, which was about their current suppliers. Some, I don't want to name the company, can offer 10 years of service maintenance. Can you do that? So far, we had been focusing on solving the problem, but we didn't look at what actually helps in making business decision, reimbursement decision. Of course, we are a university. We can't do that. Not that we have created this amazing solution, but we haven't solved the actual problem. We are creating more. Okay, there are two ways. I can create the 10-year plan to get this out, or can I use what I learned, or what we learned, is that that solution alone solves only a certain percentage of the problem, which is about 20% or less. But there is a bigger case which actually has a commercial case, which is to do with sleep apnea. So we pivoted from what we learned from making a advanced CPAP solution, BPAP solution, into a solution that can be worked in sleep apnea. Just wondering, how many of you snore, or how many of you know of people who can snore, who does snore? you're a candidate for sleep apnea, get checked, right? Because sleep apnea is grossly underdiagnosed and it can lead to hypertension, cardiovascular issues, etc. It's the same principle, but the use case changed completely. Now it's a commercial use case. Now private insurances are interested in this because they don't want a patient, with falling down with stroke, or they don't want a cardiovascular incident. So they would better screen them and deal them with sleep apnea devices than to having them to deal with a payment for a stroke rehab and etc. So if you have an innovation and if that innovation doesn't make to the market, don't lose heart. If you have lost heart, that's like few million rands worth of investment that has gone in vain. But think about where other places that we can actually use, right? Then we partnered with CSIR in terms of clinical trial evaluation of the National Ventilator Project. I'm sure all of us are aware of this famous National Ventilator Project. The clinical evaluation of this ventilator was done in our center. We made 20,000 of these ventilators. What was the bottleneck? We didn't have trial protocols that are essential for ventilators that are approved by SAP. So we had to, again, think agile, create this trial protocol, and we tested not just the CSNR ventilator, up to 8 other ventilation solutions that were approved for emergency use were tested in our center because we were able to create that testing protocol. Again, saying product innovation is not the only thing. There are innovations that can happen in other places. In this case, it was a protocol innovation and then having a place to deploy that. This led us to contribute to the last year publication on development of medical device policies in WHO. And why this is a living case study. And if you are able to take something that is already useful and deploy it in your communities, it's a, it, the audience is global, right? So we can actually contribute to the global policies as such. And now I want to shift to things that worked and things that didn't work from a commercialization point of view, right? I want to start by saying that the reason why I came into doing medical devices is because, again, for making health technology useful to be useful for patients who suffer with disability. And I always assume that it's going to be a straightforward process. Our first protocol was our first device was something called a rescribe. About 10 years back, we designed this device, which is a stroke rehabilitation device, which is used for handwriting therapy. When a stroke survivor, they lose their fine motor skills. So a patient occupational therapist will have to put their hand on and help them write using to regain their hand fine motor skills. We developed the solution. We had a startup that was running, and the solution was to use uh, so, prosthetic, which is uh, robotized, and that helps the patient's fingers to follow a pattern, which will be otherwise how the handwriting therapist would actually work. Great. We got some solutions. We made it at that time. We made it to work on a mobile phone, which was fantastic. The next was we were going to use it using iPad. We got several awards. We were presented at the parliamentarian committee, all that. But despite that, our innovation failed. Any guess why? Is it because it's a bad technology? It's probably, I'm still proud of this technology. It's a very good technology. You put your hand, it will help you write. You can write it on your iPad. It tracks and traces all that you want to do. It was not about the technology itself. We won an award that did a study on potential users for this particular technology. And then we ended up realizing that the person who's going to authorize using this is occupational therapist and hand therapist. And at that point, they felt this will replace them. A formal interview with about 15 to multiple other hand therapists revealed a fact that we didn't even consider, that the actual users were intimidated by the technology, the potential of the technology. We were ahead of time. That's still not our problem. We didn't understand where it is actually going, who is going to make the final decision. The technology failed because we didn't understand the market dynamics. We didn't understand who's going to use it, who's going to authorize the payment of using this, right? It's not the technology per se, it's the ecosystem, the environment where it is going to be used was not clearly understood. It's a failure on our part, but it made us understand the future innovations better, right? So if you don't fail, it's good that you get to start with failure, and then so that you can learn from it to go on. So innovation, you can't push technology for usage. Let's get that. If you have a machine learning algorithm, don't assume people will use it. There needs to be a demand that pulls that machine learning algorithm. If you make the next robotic hand, nobody will use it unless there is a demand for using it, or if you can create a demand for using it. So technology push will never work, and it's absolutely okay to fail because, as I was saying, we published a couple of articles. We're happy about that. But that's not enough, right? We want to create jobs. We want to create million bucks for individuals who are working on that. Moving, I want to show something that is successful. It's a depressing story so far. Let's move to. I'll close it with some successful stories. So, two individuals in the middle, both of them postgraduate students. Working in my lab. Uh, both of them embarked on two different innovation journey. Something told me that they need to be together. They can't be on their own. So I forced them to work uh, together to share one salary split between the two. Ended up after a year, they ended up becoming good friends and they started a company and they took both their innovations to the market. The first innovation is easy squeezy, right? Have you ever used a PMDI, asthma inhaler pump? PMDI, the asthma pump? Does anybody have an asthma pump in the audience? If you get to see one, try to activate it with your little finger, right? Because you always use it like this, right? Or like this. But try to use it with your little finger. That's precisely how much of strength a 5-year-old child will have. And can you imagine if our asthma pumps are designed for that? Not. So what ends up happening is that the children don't use it, or they will have to go against a wall to use it. It creates a lot of stigma and the compliance becomes lower and lower. We saw that it was not the children who are suffering because of this. It's the parents because they need to take the children to hospital visits because of non-compliance, and they lose the day's earning, etc. So we created a solution that is an add-on to an existing inhaler. Again, in some cases, choose your battles. Do you want to create an inhaler that with low force? Because then it's a pharmaceutical product. That's a whole different ballgame. What we ended up designing was an assistive device to an inhaler. So what it does is that you open your inhaler sleeve, you load your uh, any standard inhaler into it, and you use, instead of vertical forces, you use horizontal clipping and use the mechanical advantage that you get from the bunny ear, and that makes it significantly different. From 40 newtons, it reduces the load to 8 newtons. So now anyone who's above 5 will be able to use this particular solution. Currently, we have sold at least more than 20,000 units of this to major, and you can also see it in clicks. Uh, it's a very simple innovation that has actually hit the market with a major commercial success on it. Again, solve the problem and choose your battle. If it could have been very easy for us to create the whole PMDI device, with uh, easier to get to activate. But there are thousands of PMDI manufacturers, inhaler manufacturers. Do you want to compete with them or do you want to partner with them? And also, the other problem is the stigma. Children do not want to use it because it still looks like a medical device, right? We introduce cartoon characters on it to make it a collectible. Now children like it, they love it, they want to use the different characters. The potential is for us to partner with Avengers or Disney so we can introduce Disney characters on it. Why I'm saying this is the real problem is the stigma and non-compliance by the children and the actual problem of force. If you can solve it, the commercial route is quite different. I want to introduce another solution, which is now in post-clinical trial, which is adrenaline auto-injector, epinephrine auto-injector. Um, if you have heard about the solution called Zivipen, no, EpiPen in the market, EpiPen, adrenaline auto-injector. Okay, for those who are as old as me, if you remember Pulp Fiction movie, do you remember Pulp Fiction movie? Do you remember the injection scene? Yeah, adrenaline gets injected. Truman gets uh, rescued. That's precisely what happens when a patient goes into anaphylactic shock. Anaphylaxis is a condition where uh, the the autoimmune response get triggered because of allergy. It could be peanuts, it could be bee sting, any of those things. And you need adrenaline administration in about 15 minutes or so to ensure that the airways keep opening. And we found that the ones in the market are couple of $100 for a pair, but that's not the problem. By the time it actually reaches South Africa, the medicine inside that EpiPen has a validity of only 18 months. So the time it reaches South Africa, it has already lost 12 months of its validity. So you're going around with a 6 months validity of epinephrine injection, and it may happen that you may end up not using it between that time period at all. So we solved this problem because every 18 months, you have to spend $200 to $300 on this. We solved this problem. Instead of actually solving, extending the validity of the medicine, which is not our domain, we created a reloadable system, an intramuscular injector with a reloadable vial that will allow you to basically, every time the medication expires, you replace it with new medication and the shell remains intact. What's the cost of the cartridge? $10, 150 rands. Instead of paying 2,000 to 3,000 rands, you rechange it to a value that is much, much more usable. But now you're also saving the amount of waste that goes with the device of this sort. Again, it's quite important to understand which kind of problem that you want to solve. We have multiple patents on this, and with a use case of adrenaline, we had to do a first in human trial. This is just completed. We had to get a FDA approval for doing this, and the clinical study is published, going so far so well. And I'll stop with this example. I'm probably running out of time. So hysteroscopy, right? So flexible hysteroscopy is a process or a procedure where a gynecological procedure where a patient gets screened on their uterine cavity, and we end up using something like this rigid hysteroscope. And there are a couple of problems here. One, to get to use this hysteroscope, you have to wait for 6 months in an average hysteroscopic clinic. So 6 months of waiting period in a public sector. Second, to use the scope, this is the rigid scope that is used in most of our public sector. To use the scope, the patient will have to be put under general anesthesia. So the patient will need access to the surgical theaters to do the hysteroscopy procedure. So what is the problem? Why does the patient need to be put under general anesthesia? The scope is rigid. And because the scope is rigid, it's extremely painful to navigate into the uterine anatomy. And because it is extremely painful, the patient is put under general anesthesia, right? This is the problem. And because of that, because there is a need for the ICU usage, because of the need for anesthesiologist usage, and because of the outdated technology that we use, we are delaying diagnosis of potential cervical cancers or uterine cancers by 6 to 12 months. And that's not acceptable because in 6 to 12 months, that can actually be a life-threatening situation. So how did we solve this problem? We saw the biggest bottleneck was not really this solution itself, it was the pain, right? It was the pain that the patient actually suffers. So how can we resolve that? So we went on to create a flexible hysteroscopy. We call it FlexiGyn. And how does this work? We used, all of you are aware of smart materials, nitinol wires, nitinol rings, springs. We used a combination of that. That is where our patent is. But we created the solution that is less than 4.5 millimeter thickness. And what it actually does is it can navigate through the uterine cavity with a local anesthesia. So just as a for demonstration, so as you can see, that's the tip with the camera and lens. It goes into the uterus, it goes into the uterine cavity. It can actually see what's happening inside. and you can pick if there is a polyp, if there is any abnormality, and if there is any biopsy needed in that particular case. So, from moving from what was in ICU situation, because we were able to address the pain point literally, we changed it to what it can be in a gynecology practice. In a consultation, one can actually do it with an administration of local anesthesia. And sometimes it is quite important that we understand the patient flow of things to see where we can solve the problem. So the solution ended up winning the Royal Academy of Engineering Innovation Prize, second from South Africa, first from UCT, and it's also currently in multiple other innovation cycles, multiple other awards. Again, why? Again, these are my students who went up to start these companies and very successful in these companies. I'll not go with more examples. I'll just go to the final conclusion slide. This is the sleep apnea solution that I was talking about, and how we managed to solve this particular problem. All this information is available on our website as well. Uh, Feel free to look into it. I just want to conclude my talk by saying that innovation, you know, needs an ecosystem, and I think we need to look broadly into the aspects of innovation. And if we really want to make an impact, we need to think about not just the big problems to solve, all the small problems in the way to solve. So, just by solving the big problem alone, you might not be able to navigate the endpoint. You also need to go through that whole notion. Um, we run a Science to Society podcast. If you're interested, have a look at it. We also exhibit regularly during the science forums, and some familiar faces there, not me, somebody else. Some of our graduates. Uh, just to mention, all this was possible because of these graduates that we produce constantly and funders. And I just want to conclude by saying constraints are not limitations. It actually allows us. In fact, if we, you know, the reason why we are so creative is because of the constraints that in which we live. The reason why we are so frugal in all our approach is because of the limited budget that we have. We come out with solutions. Africans are very, very strong in creating innovative solutions. And with that, our unit has been able to produce about 100,000 devices, make 5 successful companies, create 25 new jobs in a company is valued over 235 million. That's the graduates who actually have been successful in this whole space. And I think it's a call from the other campus to say I'm over my time. But just saying turning constraints into cure together is the mission. And most important thing, my last slide, the most important thing is that if it is made in Africa, doesn't need to be of compromised quality. Let's get that out of our mind. It has to be world standard. It has to be Africa standard. We need to make that it has to be interoperable. And very often we can kind of get it misplaced that it is okay to have a lower quality standard in Africa, but it's definitely not. We definitely have to make sure that if it is made in Africa, it means it is made of global standard, it is made of African standard. With that I would like to thank, and just to highlight, that's the Hospital of Hope. If you remember, in Cape Town, there was a big Hospital of Hope. All the nurses are using the PPEs that we designed in our laboratories. And the president, he seemed happy. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for placing us the custom. I actually really run out of time. I have to make one point. I've seen both myself and the other program director, both candidates for the status that actually goes on to for the epilepsy. um, but I'd like to take perhaps one question of this.
Thank you so much, Program Director, and thank you for Sudesh for the the work that you've done and the contribution. Actually, the number of questions that you're trying to is really to. I also like that you put emphasis on the need for us to focus on solving African problems and so on. And I also see that your research is directed towards solving problems and activity. And that does not stop you from having publications out there and increasing citations, which is something that sometimes we miss. That you focus on solving the problem. When you do that, citations come, publications come, policy proof, and so on. So I think that is very inspiring about your work. I just want to find out if you also focus on communities or the underclass, because they also have issues around health and so on. So I'm not sure if in your strategy you also try to not forget about our communities to bring solutions and so on. And one last question I want to find out from you, what values were instilled in you when you were young that today you are able to say with your time, with your energy, with your efforts, you want to focus on solving African problems and that will then assist the students in the room. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That is an amazing question, and I'll try to answer it precisely. I know Warren is staring at me. No, just kidding. Uh, so, I also fell in the classical trap where in the early part of my career, I was pretty much focusing on solving the problem. And I assumed that solving the problem alone and getting a few patents alone will get me up in my academic ladder. And it didn't happen, right? So, in a way, the academic due diligence is extremely important in terms of publishing your stories in peer-reviewed, sources. That creates a lot of credibility to the work that you're actually doing. So I can say that my easy squeezy is the best solution out there. But has it been peer reviewed by independent personnel? Has it been peer reviewed by a panel that is actually worthy or uh, who has the uh, credibility to authorize that? So we actually learned it in the process of translation that as much as we solve the problem, we also need to document the problem solving itself. So, in addition to creating our own journal publications about the engineering due diligence that we do, the clinical due diligence, which are done by the clinicians, we don't get to be part of that study, but we actually get the clinicians to run it independently so that they can report both if it is working or not working, right? So that's in a way that we have actually tried to get around the trap of not publishing, which tends to happen in many academic situations. And I used to be part of that particular group as well. The other part, in terms of involving the communities, we started at the origin of the problem itself. So co-design is the principle of everything that we do. So we have communities in medical devices. It's slightly different. Your community, very often we think that patients are the users of these devices, but in most cases, patients are beneficiaries of these devices. The actual users are the clinicians. So the clinicians, if you don't get a clinician to authorize you to use this lens, you can't use it, right? Of course, you can pick your reading glasses up. If you can't use a cardiovascular strength that is not approved by a clinician. So we go to the bare first principles of who's the actual user. And in this case, in medical devices, the users ends up becoming the clinicians, and we tend to focus on them in the core essential process. So our whole entire frugal biodesign process is around clinician-centered innovation. It doesn't rule out the patients out of the equation. There is a whole process that we follow around the usability with patients, and specifically to see if the designs can actually be made. So we also run something called a some design workshop. So this some design workshop is where we identify some of our community related problem. Some design is social medical design problem workshop, where we go into the community, identify what the problems are in the community, and look into ways of solving it using medical and design principles. So we call it some design. And we have seen very often the involving community at a very early stage in the co-design cohorts is extremely helpful in breaking our perceptions. I'll tell you another example because Warren mentioned about the cap for epilepsy. Right? One of the bigger challenges that the Oxford team had uh, had faced was the initial prototype that they developed, and when they tried to deploy it in Kenya, a specific example in Kenya was the community did not actually use the technology. They had a fear for using the technology, not because they had a fear about this will give a shock or something. It was simply because the cap was white in color. Guess what is the reason? Because in that particular community, white signifies death. A white cap signifies death, right? We didn't know it until we took it to the community. All that it required was to change the color of the white, cap from white to black, and the community started using it like this. Right? And sometimes we underestimate what the communities can actually contribute, and we assume that we know everything, and it's an absolute no. So co-design with at the first the very first stage is quite crucial in this whole exercise. Lastly, about my personal journey, why I chose to be in this. There is a very inspiring. There was this academic professor, my mentor, who always used to say, "Let my brain heal your pain." I don't know how that's going to work, right? So I always got fascinated when he said this, and I thought, there should be some way that my brain should be able to help in people's pain, and not literally in pain. It's across the board, making their life activities of daily living better. And the primary reason, as I started by saying, I wanted to be in rehab engineering because when I see people struggle to movement or walking or disability, it just pains me. So that was the first inspiration. But I also realized that there is no commercial opportunity in that particular space. Our first, rehab solution failed failed to attract investments. And till date, all our open source solutions fail to attract investments. Whereas when there is an IP, when there is an intellectual property, any form of IP, patents, or any form of know-hows that we have, it's easy to attract investments. So we got to balance these two. So we have about 1/3 of our innovation portfolio, which is focused on assistive technologies, which is completely funded from my discretionary grants. Because till date, we struggle to raise money for that. Right? And you can see it across the world. It's a problem unless you get supported from the veteran group or something like that, where there is a specific interest. But it's also beyond that. It's also about making sure that we have our intentions lined up. For this case, till date we are supplying the ptosis crutches, the eyelid crutches, free of cost. We are not charging the patient because how much it makes for us to build one of these devices and to ship, probably about 200 rands. But that saves a person's entire day, if not months, if not years, of their pain, right? You again choose your battle. Is 200 rand bigger, or the person's quality of life better, is seen as bigger? So we ended up publishing that, and the incentives that we got, minor incentives that we got from that, we used it for reimbursing the cost for making those devices. So it's about creatively managing that situation, and it's not a lot of money that we're looking at. The face shields that you saw, how have we been able to make it to less than 10 rand a unit during COVID, because everything was in lockdown, right? We had to be creative about that particular situation. So we partnered with a printing company which was out of job. Nobody was printing as much as we do now during COVID. And then we partnered with a mattress company because the mattresses were not selling out. People were not buying new mattresses. So we got the foam from mattresses company. We partnered with a clothing company to get the elastics. And then we employed 10 unemployed women to do this process for us. They were very happy that they could work during COVID lockdown. We got permits for them to work, and we made it like batch production. We got 10,000 of these foams cut from our industry, bought it in, chopped elastics, sheets made to the size, and then as in a batch process, you get one to two in sequence. One putting on the foam, the other putting on the sticker, other putting on the elastic. By that, we were able to produce at least 1,000 units every single day. Collectively, we were able to reduce the cost to less than 10 rands a unit. So very often, if we had to do it independently, it would have cost me 70 to 80 rand. per unit. So it's about creatively managing that process as well and seeing where the need is and who will be able to work with you in that particular scenario. I hope that answered a little bit. Thank you. So I think Thank you very much, Prof. So that concludes our morning session, and we are eating into our tea break. And I would really like us to start again at 10:25, which really uh, inhibits the bio break that we're about to have. Two things that I'd like to mention at 10:25. If you want to attend the marine studies at 11, sorry, 11:25. Thank you very much. If you want to attend the marine studies catalytic niche area, then we congregating in the Bram Fisher Hall next door. And for the aviation, we are staying in this venue. So we're about to take a break. One last thing that I just wanted to say is that we're busy with catalytic niche area research. And the work that Prof just showed us really reminded me of the catalytic process, which basically reduces the activation barrier for getting a process to actually happen. And all of the examples that were made there really showed in an innovative way how we see barriers to entry to the market, to the research that are really being lowered by the work that the prof is doing. And I think that's a really inspiring activity that we're already starting to see in our first presentation that we see. And I think we are in for a lot more of that during this time. So thank you very much, Prof. I think we're starting to get ready to continue with our program. So, with that, I would like, just so that everybody know, if you wanted to attend the Marine Studies Catalytic niche area, you should go to the Bram Fisher Hall, which is just outside and up the stairs. This one is going to focus on aviation and aeronautical studies. And with that, I would like to invite Professor Angelo Dube. Yes, Angelo Dube from the College of Law at Unisa to invite and introduce his panel. Thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Director, for the opportunity to be here. My plans have been choppy, slicing my pan, but eventually we have a panel right here. I've had some of my people fall out of the panel because in aviation right now is the wrong time to invite people like Oshkosh and some Mecca in the US. So it's the wrong time to invite anyone. But we had to try. So some people invited them, but Oshkosh came up and they had to go and represent. But we do have a panel right here. I'll start by inviting one of my colleagues, He oversees, is a member of the aviation working group within the College of Law and is the project leader for the engaged scholarship on the aviation economy. It's an engaged scholarship program that we started this year that is mapping out rural aviation across South Africa and trying to figure out what the economy looks like, what are the entry points and the pressure points, and what needs to be done to utilize aviation as a catalyst for economic growth for this society of South Africa. I'm also invite Derek Clark, she comes from an NPO that she will tell us about. It's going beyond now, and they're doing lots of things for young people to go into the industry. It's not even better. The floor is yours. We have two microphones that are going to ask two to share. One, we will share. Now, the instruction got was to put together, and it looks at talent management, talent development. Why was it structured like that? When one looks at the forecasting of both Boeing, the aircraft manufacturer, forecasting of Airbus, you realize that we need about 700,000 new pilots in 2035, followed closely by aircraft maintenance practitioners of a similar number, around 600. In fact, around 700,000 new maintenance personnel who are maintaining aircraft for us globally. And then about 660,000 pilots globally required in the next 20 or so years. And then about 1,000, so about 1 million cabin crew required. So there is a global skills shortage. The International Civil Aviation Organization has consistently complained about the skills shortage that we have overall. So by over the next 20 years, we will actually need about 2.4 million new skills to be produced. So we then ask the question, what can be done to ensure that we produce the required number of personnel that we are told we needed in the next 20 years. We then put together this panel coming from young people and from the female gender, and we're trying to do as much as we can to equip other young people within the field. Also, then put a university component to say, here is an engaged scholarship project for the university, trying to engage with the industry, engage with government, engage with municipalities and other players to all work towards the same, the same goal of producing the talent that we need in the future. We also invited Dane, who's in the business of making aircraft, the business of restoring aircraft, the business of training the future aviators that we need to come and have a talk with us around what is it that each one of us, the stakeholders, can do. Beth, let me start with you. You are a to commercial. Tell us about the organization that oversees that you started and the programs that it is rolling out and why you do it.
Warm greetings to all the professionals and my panelists. My name is Amile Mfima. I have 25 years in conservations, aviation, professional. It is absolutely thrilled to be in this space. It is amazing to be part of something that seems so far reach and I, together with my created Beyond Normal. It is myself, Thomas DC, who is not in the room, Nicole Magnus, that is also not in the room. We collaborated on this idea of this initiative, a youth-focused initiative. Now, this youth-focused initiative is tasked to demystifying career pathways and bridging that information gap between professionals to see students be so invested in the resource that they have in front of them. I think that's what we bring to the table as the initiative, is that we facilitate this information gap by bringing in the professional. In the case of last year, it was aviation and aviation field. So we had engineering, we had a drone pilot, we had an air traffic control together with a commercial pilot, and we came there as a crew. We told the children accurately as possible with the lived experiences as well. We engaged with them. They asked the questions that they could not ask a TikTok video because along with Google, which was my mode of research when I wanted to get into the field, now there is TikTok, and TikTok is playing a very big role in what we see about certain career professions. So I hope I answered your question.
You did. I will come back with that follow-up. That was part of the introduction. Thank you very much. As a graduate, what is your do within the organization? What do you think are the big points that need to be addressed as of yesterday for the organization to advance in South Africa? Transformation Thank you, advocates. Perhaps let me take it today. Um, as a seasoned aviator who was many years, I'm going to struggle to ask questions. But in this context of creating the next cohort of aviators, if we were to assist one AK or FK, as well as in the next cohort, I know you are but for in aircraft maintenance, refurbishing, as well as building aircraft. What are the skills that you are lacking amongst the things that we should focus on to assist to uptake? From your experience in dealing with those things. Thanks for basically to sum up all the questions that you asked. In South Africa, we have many opportunities that are in the way. And one of the things that you just mentioned here is the access for people to get to things. Now, it's the one thing when I grew up, as a young boy, I used to take my bicycle and somewhere there was people that invited me to show. Today, because of security and because of things, I don't do that anymore. Everybody is locked up. And that is a big problem. Because if a young kid today wants to get into it, he can still walk. And if he wants to get normally he has to get permission. So those are the things that we need to do. The youngsters are exposed to aviation is a drug. Once it gets in your blood, there's no way to do it. But you've got to get to it first. And there are so many opportunities in this country. There's a shortage of pilots worldwide, whether it's fixed wing helicopter, there's a shortage of pilots, there's a shortage of mechanics, there's a shortage of air traffic controllers. And we have got the skills in this country. We need to pass it on to the youngsters. We need to expose the youngsters to aviation. But not just take them for a tour through the airfields. They must be able to get in there, be able to meet the people, be able to see what gets done. And it starts from grassroots. And today, building on my lips, the issue of passion. Addiction is a drug. And unfortunately, also addiction extends. Everybody wants episodes until they realize, I've guessed this man reflecting the craft will leave full of oil, the engine clouding when hot, the cabin inside, the cockpit itself when half. No one thinks it's that stuff. And then we've pumped hundreds of thousands, millions to someone that's youngster who say they wanted to finish. But once they're inside, they didn't have the passion. They just it looked good. How do we deal with things? How do we move on? That's a very difficult question. But I think if you expose people youngsters, if you do it, you should find really have a passion. Also, I think we difficult to do for people not forward with it. And you should see if somebody's prepared to put in the work and you get the results. If somebody's not interested, obviously it's not a career. But pretty sure that by exposing them to the that you must expose them to the efforts to those things to see if they really are interested. Then but you miss the toughness industry by doing things. What do you think done in the last 5 years to resolve this issue? Toughness for some
Yes, such a good question. It should be done. Simple cost. It's especially if you go to a person. Um, it's just because everyone is looking at you, it's unfortunately. So what needs to be done? It needs exposure. It needs exposure on all the different levels. Also, exposure to say it's okay to be yourself as within the space you can contribute to the space in the next avionics technicians, technicians, safety officers, so much to the space and not just be I myself wanted when I entered because I was a little bit shy and scared to ground. But unfortunately there was no information for me to make that choice confidently and say, okay, this is the school that I will go to be educated. It's unfortunate at that time. It's changed since then. At the school, they are still cases that I know of. But I took it and I'm so happy. So exposure, exposure on all fronts for all the professions that are at the center. Truth, truth. We need to be truthful. We need to say the difficulties that we're experiencing so that one walks into it with an understanding that there is this resistance that you're going to experience. But what has changed? What has changed from 7 years ago when I started? There's so many opportunities to be supported financially throughout your journey by teams, by CCA, the NSS. There's one opportunities. Also, like targeting gender, like it is truly ripe for the taking at this moment. And so I'd say truth and uh, as well as exposure. That's what it's.
Thank you. You are pushing the narrative that aviation goes beyond the cockpit. It's not just the pilot. Before the pilot can start up and take off, there's quite a lot that goes in, from aircraft maintenance, from ground, from ATC, from the fella who supplied the fuel, and the weather guy, and so forth and so forth. And we need to talk about those more and more storytelling, which is where I find fault with TikTok these days, because it's all about the cockpit and nothing else. And that's why every other young person is looking towards the cockpit, because that's what's being pushed out there. Um, Advocate, universities have traditionally educated aviation professionals while the industry employs them. But surely we are beginning to see the mismatch in some of the skills that universities are producing. What can be done to ensure that we produce talent which is industry ready and that industry is looking for or solving the problems of industry as universities?
Thank you very much. And it's quite prudent that Unisa has identified those catalytic areas, out of which, from my side, from my side, being one of the members of the aviation law working group, we have been working quite well so far as qualification developments are concerned, and that will also meet the demands of the industry. We are currently in the process of developing a master's in law, specifically for aviation law, champion in aviation law, and of course a doctoral study in aviation law. And the fact that the Engage Scholarship is in collaboration with CAMPS, and our colleagues from CAMPS, they are also developing a diploma in air traffic control that will also meet the demands of the industry. And as a result of that, that will also maximize some sort of, um, collaborations, and that will also ensure that since well, UNISA has also acquired, you know, an airport. So those people who will be trained in the near future will come and still and impart knowledge to our students as part and parcel of, student support. We all know that our effort is aimed at, trying to bring, or rather maybe to demonstrate pilot, demonstration, mechanical engineering, and other, navigation systems that our students will have to be taught. We are also aware of the fact that, these aviation academy schools, they are quite expensive. So with the universities, more especially UNISA, having programs that are tailored towards, meeting the demands of the industry, that will also assist. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. I come to you now, Dale, with your experience in the sector, having refurbished and built aircrafts, um, and worked with so many young people and other entrepreneurs. What is it that perhaps the state and other state institutions that are tasked with stimulating the growth of the sector that you wish they could be doing, or that you would advise should be done to propel the efforts of local manufacturing of aircrafts, localization of everything that we do within the industry?
What I've noticed is that there
No,
is a.
sorry, it's for day. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, they are manufacturing both using aircraft as sling people with the biggest. There's the petite the fine company, then in the Malanga, there's another one. But nobody knows about them until you see the aircraft flying. And I think at school level, this needs to be introduced. And in the curriculum at school, it should be exposed as to what there is available. You were mentioning air traffic controllers just now. There's a massive shortage of air traffic controllers. And even if you can't afford to become a pilot, or if you don't have the skills to become a pilot, it can help you to get there by becoming an air traffic controller. Then also the manufacturing side of it. Once you get involved in the manufacturing side, and there's some real basic skills when it comes to manufacturing, and you get to know the people in the industry there. And from there, it's another step closer and closer and closer. So you don't have to start off becoming a pilot immediately. So you might never become a pilot, but there is so many other aspects that you could get to, as you quite rightly said, the fuel supply, the manufacturing of aircraft. There's just so much out there in the industry, but it's not being introduced to the youngsters. Most youngsters think they have to go to university and they have to become a doctor or a lawyer or something like that, which is fantastic. But there are people that are needed in the aviation industry as well, and the grassroots of aviation. It all starts, even the commercial pilots, they all have to start with grassroots flying before they can become commercial.
Thank you, Dave. Ms. Miller, this takes us back to the work that you do. You said that one of your focus is also on the health side of things. And this is a very important thing for us in the aviation sector, because before you can go and practice, before you can actually just take off, you need to pass that aviation medical. If you're not cleared to fly because your lungs are not functioning, that's it, your license is gone. Do you have programs along those lines that you've planned for the future, especially with the youth today going so much into hubbling and smoking?
That is very true, unfortunately. In the way that our lifestyles are going at this rate, yeah, no, those medicals are far from being passed. But I just want to talk about that.
So one of the people that I collaborate with for Beyond Now is Nicole Blackies. She's in the health care sector by profession, but she deals with psychology, right? And in as much as I will touch on the medical aspect of it in terms of physique and physical readiness, but I just want to speak about mental health. And that is the element that she introduces with this collaboration. She in her scope of work, obviously she will definitely let us know what are the challenges that she comes across when dealing with patients that are pilots or that are in the aviation industry. This is a very demanding industry. A lot of critical thinking, decision making, situational awareness. It's high pressure. It's high pressure, and that can take a toll on you, especially when you're still in the grassroots stage as a student pilot. You're being thrown into the deep end, and you are. That's how you are taught. You're being thrown in the deep end, and you are being coached through. You may understand what is being told to you at the time, you may not. Luckily, there is going to be an instructor that will obviously take control if you do not understand the instruction. But what I'm trying to say here is that you will have several bad days of flying. You will have several of those, and they can affect you and they can affect your performance. I feel like we need to strengthen the structures of promoting getting help just to help you not necessarily see yourself as a failure after just one or two bad flights. And then with the medical physique parts, the passing your medical is one of the requirements to getting into being a pilot, a drone pilot as well, and I think cabin crew. I do not know about all the other professions in aviation, but I am most certain about those three. And you know, when you think about a medical, you think, okay, I'm just going to get in there. The doctor's going to just check my breathing and check my hearing and all of that. But it really goes right back to your family history. They are going to be asking you important questions about your family history. And with today's youth, I don't know, we don't really take our time to understand our family's health and how it can affect us in the long run. I think we're a little bit delusional. I know. I'm not even saying that in a bad way, but there are things like mental health issues, that could have you grounded in the aviation space. There are things like actual serious heart issues and the likes that we need to be paying attention to. And in doing so, we need to be living a better lifestyle from a very young age. This happy business, we shouldn't be a part of that. But yes, Prof, as Beyond Now, we're really dedicated to letting the youth know exactly what they're getting themselves into. In fact, Beyond Now was birthed from the frustration of three people across three different sectors agreeing on one thing and one thing only, that we should have been advised better. Someone in the industry should have taken initiative to give us this knowledge so that we are not completely blindsided by what we find on the other side when we've entered. But not to say that not to say that you cannot come out stronger from finding things as you go along. In fact, it gives you the motivation to extend yourself in the manner of um, giving back to the community through this work that me and my fellow co-founders do.
You touched on an important point of storytelling, and you mentioned TikTok. And I recently spoke at some symposium, and I was blaming TikTok for the rise in accidents in general aviation, because the information being put out there is the information of the cowboy pilot. Um, Somebody's flying a 172, they're on their own, they're doing a self. Situational awareness is gone. It gets normalized because they see it every day. What will you guys be doing differently in your storytelling as an organization, as Beyond Now, to make sure that it's not TikTok for entertainment, but it's information that you're passing to ensure that aviation, being a safety, focused industry, remains exactly that, a safe space, to create a safety culture, so to speak.
So, to answer that question, I will do a little bit of a story time. I do know someone who, and honestly, I shouldn't be mentioning this, but I do know someone that was caught in a little bit of um, that behavior. And, the youth, the youth these days, they are very heightened to wanting to capture moments and to portray a certain image about all professions, to be honest, and not just speaking about aviation. But what I can say is that, my instructors would obviously stress the importance of safety, but more than that, they would they would I don't even know, like, get it out of me. So they constantly be nitpicking things that I should be aware of. And in doing so, at first it was annoying. And then after after a while, it actually just becomes a part of you. You actually start to notice these things by yourself. So I think instructors play a big role in making a safe pilot, in that they will just persistently be stressing things to you that at one point you think are not that relevant, but in the grand scheme of things, you actually see, oh, these lines, these dots are connected, and that is why I need to be focused on this, and that is why I need to make timely decisions, and that is why situational awareness is important. With TikTok, yeah, TikTok is a pandemic. It's a pandemic. TikTok is a pandemic, but what I like about what we do with Beyond Now is that we take pilots and we put them in front of children, and the pilot stands there and gives them a lived experience. One or two things that will either make them want to say, okay, maybe that's not for me, or be like, oh yeah, yeah, I wanna do that. And I like that interaction because it engages the mind. It engages the mind. It makes them actively ask themselves questions. What would I do in that situation? You know? And but the pilot then also ensures them that no, you would have gotten the proper training. You would have gotten that foundation to understand what it is that you need to do if you were put in that position. But it really is just bouncing off energies between the student and the professional in the field. And I think it does play an integral role, other than just seeing a picture perfect TikTok video, 5 second TikTok video of a pilot looking cool. But yeah, that's.
Thank you. In fact, that resonates with my experience over the past weekend in Kulmstad. Talking to a bunch of learners, they asked me a question. So, what's the most dangerous thing that you've ever done in your flying. And I thought if I tell them for real, they'll be traumatized. So I had to look for a story that's a little bit better that they could consume and give them that story, then explain it scientifically. And they were happy, but they have so many questions. And that taught me those kids were not looking for a TikTok entertainment video. They were looking for career building information. And we need to change that narrative. I'm glad that Beyond Now is doing that, changing the narrative that this is not an entertainment field. It's the safety conscious field. And we must always maintain that. It's all about safety, safety first, a culture of safety and nothing else. Advocate, coming to you, what I've been picking up from all our talks right now is the issue of collaboration. Collaboration has been coming up quite a lot. So if we're to put together universities, and regulators and manufacturers and operators and communities on one table, what would be the first joint project, that they would have to embark on?
I think the first major joint project will be to support the engaged scholarship on rural aviation economy and go to the rural, towns and municipalities, and also to try and come up with solutions that are actually bedeviling those societies. Because what we have noticed in Rustenburg and even the other aerodromes, those communities that are living in the surrounding areas, they do not have access to, to these aerodromes. And that is so because of the long-term lease agreements that have been, signed during the advent of democratic state. And we feel that if they were to come together, come up with, researchable solutions that will also assist. And another thing would be to make recommendation to the municipalities, because what we have noticed in two different occasions, Rustenburg, Maracanelo, Career Expo, as well as the Constant, there is a lack of political will by municipal mayors and the bureaucratic, discrepancies to support these kind of initiatives. And that also entrenches towards the discussion that my colleague had been highlighting. So we need to sit down and come up with, tangible solutions that are aimed at, bettering the lives of our young ones, mostly youth, women, as well as the marginalized communities. Because how do you explain a situation whereby learners have never even, entered an aerodrome? For instance, in Rustenburg, just next to that particular aerodrome, there is a township called Sunshine. So the people, when we were asking them, have you ever been to this? They said, no, we have never. The only time that we actually, enter into this kind of places is during the rank show, the air shows and so forth. So how are you going to, stimulate, the love for aviation if we are actually excluding the very same people that we aspire to have them into this aviation space? So lack of political will by municipalities and that also touches on the perpetual and lack of transformation because and diversity, because if you have checked, around about 87% of the entire aviation license holders is occupied by males, as opposed to the 13% that is actually occupied by women. So that on its own, it also our universities have to draw some lessons so that they can come together, come up with tangible solutions that will also add in the bank of knowledge.
Before I let you go, Advocate, how do you stimulate, this drive towards developing political will on the part of municipalities? I tell you why I'm asking this, because you get to a rural aerodrome and you're talking to school children, high schoolers, And they tell you, I didn't know we had an airport in our town. But how is that possible? You live in this town. I've driven 300 kilometers or flown 300 kilometers to be here. And I know about your airport, and you don't, and it's in your town. Surely something is missing there. How do we get the local municipality to use taxpayers' money to ensure that these people know that there is an aerodrome that they can access, and pursue careers at?
Lack of, public awareness and public awareness drive by our municipalities, that also led to our Engage scholarship to say we have to engage with municipalities. We, in the events that we have had, they did not show up at all, and that on its own will have to make sure that our Engage scholarship goes to these municipalities, schedule meetings, highlight to them the importance of having public awareness, because that speaks also to service delivery. In other words, they are actually dragging back or rather regressing on the issues of service delivery. That also touches on the socio-economic rights. Our learners need to know this kind of information that will also better the life of their families and also that of the community. So we have to engage with them. In our space, we are actually in the process of engaging with the Kroonstad municipality as well as the Rustenburg municipality. But again, the kings and queens who are the custodians of the land that these aerodromes are actually residing will also have to be engaged. But we have already started with the River Aswane royal family in Beggersford, which is a mining area, and we felt that they must also be engaged. In other words, they will also persuade these municipalities so that they can also be involved.
Thank you. Coming to you, Dave, we import a lot of our aviation technology as a continent. Yes, we manufacture local, but we import quite a. How do we move from being importers of this technology? So as we build in Africa, we build aircrafts in Africa, we try and ensure that the entire value chain is developed and beneficiated here in Africa. And I also have a follow-up question to that. The aircraft that we build on the continent, how do we utilize them in solving our unique problems as an African continent? I know that we do manufacture rugged aircraft which are good for surveillance and low-level flying in conservation areas and so forth and so forth.
Okay, the manufacturers in South Africa are mainly building small single-engine aircraft. I don't think there's any big commercial aircraft built in Africa. But yes, they are utilized extensively in anti-poaching and surveillance and so on and so forth. But a lot of these companies are also exporting these aircraft, which is again a job creation for local entrepreneurs. And the more aircraft that can be built locally and exported, obviously the more jobs can be created. But yes, your question is basically how can it benefit the continent. I think the nice thing is the more aircraft that can be built locally and exported, obviously the more jobs can be created. But yes, your question is basically how can it benefit the continent. I think the main thing is, again, getting more people involved and training. As my colleague here just said, the municipalities, and I think not only the municipalities need to get involved in sponsoring the aerodromes or airfields, because every little town years ago used to have an airfield. Many airfields like Van der Bijl Park has closed down, Harry Smith has closed down, so many others have closed down because there's just not enough funds to keep them alive. And if they were there, people would be more exposed. And there's so much out there that those people are missing. The people in those towns are now missing. And the airfields can be of benefit to the town as well, to the municipalities, to the business people in those towns, because it's a means of transport, and it's also benefits the town itself, because more people will be running industries at close to airfields, like you have, for instance, at Grand Central Airport. There's a whole industry being built around it. Lanseria, you've seen, but although Lanseria is now international, but it started off as a very small aerodrome, and it is built up to what it is today. And now look at what they're looking in the Cape, at Cape Winelands, how they're developing there. And that is the type of thing that needs to be developed, is more airfields, more exposure to those airfields, and then the industry will grow with it.
Creating pockets of interconnectedness across, the republic. That's what we need to be going towards. All right. Perhaps let me come back to you, Ms. Mabimbela. The issue of transformation in the sense of women in aviation will always be a burning issue. Even ICAO complains about that. They have a target of 2035 to have 50-50 representation in aviation, 50% male, 50% female. What are some of the contributing factors that have kept women out of the industry, and how can they be resolved?
Thank you for that question, Professor. Oh, wow, multi-layered. Um, Women are brave. They just have not been given the platform to be brave. And this newly built platform for us to get on or hop onto this bandwagon is truly an exciting one, because we definitely see the new generation of women catching onto this opportunity and running. I have a lot of aviation friends that are women, and we have this really close knit community that we've built for ourselves because of how much we are the minority. And in this togetherness, we feel included. So, another thing that I'd like to say is that obviously in the past, a lot of it just stems from the history. In the past, there wasn't an opportunity for the minority and women to be a part of the space. And in so doing, it created an atmosphere of it feeling like this is a masculine space that is, in turn, intimidating for women to penetrate. Or women have a feeling that they might go through certain resistances that they'd much rather avoid. But it doesn't really help anyone if no one actually steps up to the target and tries. So, with the women that I have been privileged to be friends with in the aviation space, we truly create the atmosphere in wherever that we are to engage women and ask them if this is something that they would like, and point them to other professions if it be that maybe they feel like being a pilot or being an aircraft maintenance engineer um, is not something that they would gel with. But I know some pretty cool ladies, so all of them are just like, oh no, I don't want to be on ground. I wanna be in the air. I wanna be an avionics technician. I wanna be this. And it's truly inspiring that they would step up to the target, even though um, there aren't a lot of us here, but they are carrying the representation part of things, which is very important. even in the work of Beyond Now, we like to make sure that the people that are presented before the students are well diverse so that they see that it is possible, it is attainable, it has been done, and therefore they too can follow in the footsteps of those that have done it before them. So
May I add on to
Yes, yes, you may.
just a little bit of history. There was a lady in the late 1930s, early 1940s. Her name was Emilia Earhart, and she was the first lady to fly solo across the Atlantic. And then during the Second World War, the Spitfire factory in the United Kingdom had a team of ladies who test flew their aircraft and delivered their aircraft during wartime, and they weren't even armed. They had to fly in amongst all these enemies and deliver these aircraft to where they had to go. And then only in the late 70s, I think it was 1978, was the first Boeing female pilot qualified, which I think is crazy. So it's a total myth that females are not good enough to become pilots. Because in my instructor environment, I find that the finesse that females have is better than the males. So there is no question that females can become pilots anywhere in the world and as good, if not better, than their male counterparts.
I can attest to that. Thank you for corroborating what she has just said as well. Yeah, quite interesting. Advocate, if you were to be with the Minister of Transport and the Minister of Education and maybe the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Agriculture today at the same table, what single policy intervention would most strengthen Africa's aviation ecosystem for the next decade? Which direction should we go in this direction?
I think maximizing, or rather maybe putting more efforts in skills development, that would be a major, policy intervention that one has to, more especially that is more centered around aviation and aeronautical studies. And that is so because, we have highlighted quite a number of instances. It's a highly untransformed, space, and it really needs people to also, get into that space. And that's so because if I were to also collaborate, my statement will be the fellow. Um, you know, this transformation that we are talking about also, highlight or rather include white females because they were also discriminated against. And you remember that during the previous order, it was more of a patriarchal, society that we have also inherited. That that was more of paternalistic in nature. In other words, it used to suppress women, whether you are black or white female. You are in a perpetual, a state whereby you are not considered as a human or rather maybe a person enough. So that on its own would also be one of the policy interventions that one has to highlight, so as to ensure that the skills development not only do not benefit black people, but also even those white women who were also marginalized during the old order, and they are still in a minimal, percentage insofar as diversity is concerned. I've just spoken about, not so long to say that the stats are indicating that only 87% of the entire aviation personnel is comprised of, males, whereas the remainder is only females, and that other remainder will have to include black women who are in the majority in terms of the population demographics, and also the minority whites as well as Indians and colors. So transformation has to happen, and it will definitely happen through our intervention and our scholarly, contribution from, amongst others, the Engage Scholarship on Rural Aviation Economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave, what would, as an industry practitioner, what would you look for from universities to create the skills that we need for the industry and for the continent?
From investors, I would say that the most important thing is training. You can't do anything without training, whether it's training of maintenance engineers or air traffic controllers or pilots, all starts with training. But then we also need to look at our regulator, the Civil Aviation Organization of South Africa. They are tasked with a very, very difficult job. But unfortunately, a lot of people there are not aviation minded, and they're simply doing the job because they're employed to do the job, which there's nothing wrong with. But right now, as we sit here, there are over 60% of the aircraft in South Africa, and I'm talking about light aircraft, are grounded as a result of an engine discrepancy which has come from the manufacturer. But this has been going on now for 14 months, and it is killing aviation in South Africa. And there, the industry need to talk to the regulator, and the regulator need to talk to industry, and of course any investors, as to how can we solve this problem. Because like this lady sitting here, she's now working towards her commercial license. She needs to hire an aircraft and she needs to do training. Those aircraft are getting more and more expensive because of the over-regulation that we're having. And I'm not saying we should make it dangerous. Safety is an absolute number one priority. But we need to look at how to do it safely, but make it more affordable for people to get trained.
Yeah, the 12-year rule. It has kept the industry on its course for quite some time now. And I hope there will be a solution found so that the industry gets back to being sustainable. My parting question for all of you is the same. Imagine we meet again in 2036. What would success look like for African aviation? What would you hope would have fundamentally changed by that time?
Success. Success would look like the NGAP's end goal, which would be a 50-50 where gender is concerned. Success would also look like support, but not just financial support. Psychological support as well, not just also for students, but for instructors. Instructors are overworked. I don't know if any one of you guys know this, but instructors are overworked. They are trying to meet a goal because they themselves also are trying to propel forward and get into the airliner space. So they have an influx of students that they have to push through and impart the knowledge of safety within the aviation environment, and also be able to get their hours so that the cycle continues. So support for them as well, because burnout is real. Burnout is very real, and performance is affected when burnout is detected. Of course, there are a lot of guidelines put in place to ensure that you are always flying as safe as possible. You're not ill, you're not sick, you're not overworked. But like any other profession, it is, this one is rather very demanding physically, mentally. So for me, success would look like support in that way, financially, and having the planes leveled in terms of gender and the marginalized communities.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Advocate?
For me, the compliance or maybe meeting the sustainable development goals 5, which is that of creating an environment which is equal, and that is so because and that can also be done if we are to transform the entire aviation space from pilots, cabin crew, and of course mechanical engineers and so forth. And of course also ensuring that we have decent work, and that will also be met if we are to ensure that we are meeting all these transformation targets. And that is so because the aviation space is the enabler of economic growth. And it is so because from the aviation or that air transport, boosts the economy in such a way that it's estimated to be contributing to the South African GDP to the tune of 5.2 billion US dollars annually. And of course, from the tourism space, of course, it is also contributing roughly 4.2 billion US dollars. So that on its own will also alleviate, unemployment, and which to me, I think that it will also be a success because we won't have a situation whereby there is, a rising unemployment. And currently, the aviation space has been creating roughly 70,000 jobs from the non-aeronautical industries like retail, tourism, and so forth and so forth. So to me, the other success would be to meet, or rather seeing the black child, being, at the forefront of the aviation space, as we have tried to, or rather, as we have already started with the process of ensuring that we are emancipating them in our rural towns, municipalities, and other, areas in our community, so that they can also, be the main participants in the value chain.
Thank you, Advocate. Dave?
I'd like to add on to what both of you said. To become a commercial pilot, and you can attest to that, is a long process and a very expensive process. We need to make it easier and more affordable. And especially when it comes to instructors. You know that instructors in this country, we probably have of the best instructors in the world, but they get paid peanuts. And it is because there's no regulation. There are instructors in this country that are getting paid as little as 300 Rand an hour. Now people, nobody can live on that. We need to encourage those people to do the job better, but you need to pay them better. You can't expect them to work harder. As you said, they work hard already, they're under a lot of pressure, they need to be paid properly for that. And then also we've got a very high unemployment rate, as you quite rightly mentioned. But yet there are so many jobs out there where there aren't enough of. There's not enough air traffic controllers, there's not enough pilots, there's not enough maintenance engineers. We need some sort of incentive from the government, a subsidy to help these people get to those jobs, because it costs more to become a commercial pilot than to get a university degree. But for a university degree, there are some sort of subsidies. For commercial pilots, there's no subsidies at the moment, and that needs to be looked at very carefully.
Thank you so much. We've spoken about pilots, engineers, manufacturers, rural communities, regulators, universities. We need to now take it forward. How many hands can we take from the floor, if at all? Okay, 3 questions from the floor. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that one. Gentlemen over here, gentlemen over there.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, colleagues. My first question I want to ask to our pilot there is going to be in relation to the drones, because here at Unisa, we are currently busy with the drones. We are not yet onto the big aircraft. I'm hearing from a lot of candidates for pilot training that radio is the difficult examination. So I just want to find out from you to advise whoever is here who wants to pursue the drone pilot training. What advice can you give it to them so that they can pass that first time? The second one, unfortunately, is going to you again. These pilots are being trained using mostly DJI drones. And DJI drones, we know they are fantastic drones, well designed, have all the safety features. So, in your view, do you think those candidates that are trained using that particular drone, are they competent? Why I'm saying that is, take for instance, if you are being trained to your driving license using an automatic car, do you think that the driver is competent enough? Can that driver be able to use a manual car? That is why I'm asking that question. Then lastly, to the lawyer, I want to find out, in terms of the regulations, drone regulations, are our regulations up to date? If not, what are the challenges? I thank you.
Thank you, panel. Thank you, colleagues. Actually, I don't really want to ask questions. I actually want to just shortly tell three little stories. Firstly, I'm not going to mention my name nor my call sign because I think Dave will know me from various air shows and from the nonsense I get up to, but that's a different story. First thing I want to say is I agree totally with you, Lisa. For ladies to get into aviation is difficult because it's always been seen as a man's job. It's a man's game. One thing that we have done is we, as a group, I'm just talking now totally to the side, we call it Bafana bombing. So we found a very small settlement close to our airfield, and we would pack little packs of sweets in a plastic bag with a strip of plastic on it. But we'd put a little letter in it. And while the kids are playing soccer, we'd fly over the airfield and toss one out the window. And that little piece of paper, whoever picks it up, can bring it to the airfield, which is less than a kilometer away from the settlement. With that piece of paper, that kid gets a free flight. And that's what we've been doing to introduce it to the informal settlements. And this is all around Soweto, it's all around Krugersdorp, it's all around the areas. So again, I'm not going to give my call sign, nor my name, nor my because we get into trouble. The second thing is I'd like to advise to the whole panel. The EAA, Experimental Aviation, Oshkosh, yes, I wish I was there, has just now recently flown over 60 children just to get them interested in aviation. Have you thought of maybe trying to approach an organization like that? I am part of EAA. I was national president for EAA for a time. Oops, nearly gave away some parts. But it is a very good idea to look at EAA, experimental aviation, because I think a lot of our grassroots flying comes from somebody seeing the gentleman taking off on his farm with his aircraft he's built himself. But he can't get to that. But there are opportunities that we can approach it on a much easier level. And the EAA and non-profit organizations are some way to do it. And then lastly, all I want to say is, I think to make aviation where I want to see aviation in 10 years from now is when I say aviation, I want every kid to jump up and want to go to a window and say, where? I want it to be exciting. I want every child to jump up and say, I want to be part of this. Why? Because it's fun, because it's exciting, because it's thrilling, because I don't have to fly an aircraft. I can build an aircraft. I can build the engine to pull an aircraft. That is where we should actually be looking. Bring the excitement down to the children. Bring the passion from the children. And I think that is where a lot of aviation is going to grow. Is make it fun, make it exciting.
Thank you. Very good points, and we appreciate them. These are contributions, they're not questions. Just adding to the conversation. Fantastic. The call sign is not that hidden, but it's safe. There was the last question over there. 30 seconds, my brother. Yes.
Very short. Okay. No, thanks so much. My name is Sim Dlamini. I just want to ask maybe just one question, but I think it will be more technical because I'm more of like a research person. I'm a scientist. So I know because I'm a radio astronomer. So in radio astronomy, we deal a lot with the so-called RFIs. So I wanted to just check, is there, because there are tools in radio astronomy where you can just use these things automatically, like in terms of live, they help in terms of, not losing a signal. I'm not so sure if there's anyone on the panel to answer this question specifically, but I think maybe the lady can help me. So is there anything similar that you guys use? Because I'm just trying to understand the part where there are a lot of accidents, and then when you read, you find that, I don't know, the aviation communication was lost at some point on navigation signal. How do you avoid
I've got your question. We'll take it offline.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
30 seconds.
Oh, no, thank you very much, Prof. I think he just left. But indeed, insofar as the regulations are concerned, indeed, South Africa is credited to be one of the complying, countries insofar as the regulations are concerned, and that is so because, and that was also highlighted in the annual report of the South African Civil Aviation Authority, which we believe that, or rather maybe which we are of the view that it complies with both international instruments in the form of the ICAO as well as, the domestic, legislative frameworks in the form of, the Civil Aviation Act, and which is currently in the process of being amended so as to ensure that the regulations, or rather maybe all these things are actually addressed, or rather maybe they are tightened. The report also highlights that insofar as the general aviation, accidents, they may be a little bit higher, but when it comes to the civil aviation, accidents of major airlines, the Boeing 747 and Airbus 380 and so forth, we haven't heard of any major accidents since 1987 or so. The pilots will have to correct me, but I think since 1987 we haven't had major accidents. So even when you are let us say maybe aboard, and then you are encountering some turbulences, so you don't have to really panic. Our airlines and the South African Civil Aviation has tightened all the regulations. However, we have had some incidences insofar as the unruly passengers, whereby you'll recall that we had an incident of one of the former SADC executives who was becoming unruly in one of the airlines coming from Cape Town. We have also had an instance whereby during the World Cup, Rugby World Cup, people were coming, the fans were coming from Australia or wheresoever, where there was that particular World Cup, and then they started chanting. And recently we also had an instance where EFF members were going to the East London, and then they started, chatting and engaging in revolutionary songs. That also posed some, all these incidences have an impact, but at a minimal stage. So we have, from our engaged scholarship on rural aviation economy, we have also managed to ensure that we are writing blogs that are aimed at adding value in the body of aviation knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you.
30 seconds. There's so much to answer to the question that was posed to me by gentlemen. I just want to speak on drones. So with drones, I feel I was fortunate enough to transition from drones from a perspective of having had my private pilot license. So I had previous exposure to the topics that were talked about in drones, although with drones, they are not talked about in depth. So I think what is here the problem that maybe might cause a little bit of resistance, especially with people that do not have that prior knowledge and background, is that that book that you would learn, let's say radio. Now, I'm not talking about the mainstream like technicalities of a drone, but I'm talking about the elements that help you able to fly a drone with the understanding of the 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 aviation um, the aviation sphere that you are flying within. I did sense that there was a bit of the adaptability wasn't too good for a first timer that is just entering the space and doesn't have that prior knowledge. So the books were just talking a little bit in depth, and they were touching on things that one would think, okay, I would definitely get this as a question, only to find that they would not necessarily get it as a question in the form that they thought. Now with the examination part of things, SACAA, the testing there is quite rigorous. So there are question banks like Errorversity. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention those things here, but Errorversity that could help you better expose yourself to the way that they word the examination, so that you do not feel like you do not feel like you didn't spend like the whole week going through it, only to find that the questions are totally like worded in a different manner to the way that you were taught in the classroom or in your self-study. I hope that answers your question.
Question, Dave. If you want to chip in, you can chip in.
Okay, I'll keep it short. Just want to say that in South Africa, our safety record is absolutely impeccable. The Civil Aviation Regulator of South Africa are amazing in that aspect, and ICAO, which is the International Civil Aviation that audit them, have come up with something like a 98% audit. So they are safe. There's no question about it. Unfortunately, people are dangerous, and there are people in the industry that make it dangerous, but they are in the absolute minority. But aviation in general is a very, very safe atmosphere to be in. There's nothing really to be worried about there.
Thank you, Dale. Let me thank you for coming through. Dale advocates, and thank you so much. I'll hand back to your wife.
Thank you very much, Professor Dube and your panel. Let's just give them a big round of applause, eh? And before they step down, I think there's just a small gift that they want to present. And then, thank you. Yes.
Spot prize for good questions posed. The gentleman in the light jacket, please approach.
Sure. So thank you very much. You guys are released. And just so that everybody knows, there's clearly an incentive to ask good questions after each session because there might be a spot prize up for grabs. Then I would like to invite Professor Motibeli Peter to come and share with us on the automotive industries. Catalytic niche. And it's interesting that when one thinks of motor vehicles, the catalytic converter is probably one of the major devices that's needed in our cars. And it's, I think, so appropriate that the automotive industry is also one of these catalytic niche areas that's being. So feel free to introduce him, your team.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Because of time, I'm going to be quick. On our panel, we are going to have a Chief Executive Officer of National Association of Automotive Component and Line Manufacturers, Mr. Rene Motiama. Then let's welcome Ms. Esther Buthelezi from Ford South Africa. She's a Government Affairs and Transformation Director at Ford. Ms. Esther is coming with a colleague by the name of Mr. Motamai Mullo from the same company. Mr. Mullo is a vehicle registration and homological manager at Ford South Africa. Then lastly, from Toyota, we have Mr. Nation Maharaj from Toyota South Africa. He's a senior manager, business planning. So colleagues, you can see the team that we have here. It's a powerful team. And if I look at you guys, I can see you are driving Ford or Toyota here. Can I see the car keys? All right, without wasting any time, what we are going to talk about Today it's a transition from our normal internal combustion to EVs. We know that in our country, we are manufacturing internal combustion engine cars, and those cars that we are producing, majority of them, we export them. So there are certain countries like UK and European market where our colleagues are exporting their cars to. They have came to an agreement or conclusion that by 2035, they are phasing out the internal combustion engine cars. So the question is, where are we going to export those cars? So those are the things that we are going to unpack here. So I'm going to start by asking Mr. Maharaj next to me here, based on what I've just said, what is your organizational realistic timeline for transitioning local production towards EV, and what are the major barriers preventing fast implementation?
Good day, and thank you for the opportunity. I think where we need to approach this is, I don't think EV is the destination. I think what we need to as a society is decarbonization. And what's the best path towards decarbonization? And from a Toyota lens, we believe a multi-pathway strategy is necessary. So hydrogen plays an important part in terms of how we can decarbonize. Biofuels, BEVs, definitely, plug-in electric vehicles, and definitely hybrids. So we introduced the first locally produced hybrid in 2021, the Corolla Cross. It's been received phenomenally, and it's a transition phase where people got used to the technology. They got accustomed to how it works, how it functions, and as we progress towards PHEVs and full BEVs, the acceptance becomes there. And also what happens, it creates the necessary readiness of the environment to accept this technology. So in saying that, the full move or transition cannot happen seamlessly. It has to go through a transition phase, and that's what we firmly believe the space that we can play.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Chair, it's a pleasure to be with you, and thank you for affording us the opportunity to air our views around transition to NEVs. I think this is a really important topic. When we look at where we are in South Africa, as well as globally, what the transition is around there. So perhaps just from a Ford Motor Company South Africa's perspective, transition into EVs is critical. But as my colleague had alluded, it's really important to understand that we cannot just transition into full EVs. Firstly, there are inhibitors that we have in South Africa. But before I get to that, I'd like to point out that we have already transitioned into partial EVs. We are currently building the PHEV, which is a hybrid. It's a cross between the ICE vehicle and a battery vehicle. In 2023, when we celebrated our centenary, by the way, Ford has been in South Africa for over 100 years. So when we celebrated our centenary in 2023, we did quite an investment into PHEVs. We do have a battery assembly plant that we currently have, and that is the one that is currently where we are producing our cars. It is safe to say, and we are proud about it as well, that we as South Africa are the only plant globally that produces PHEVs for the entire Ford Motor Group. Our second plant will be coming in Argentina in 2027, but currently we are the only one. And we do recognize that transitioning into EVs is not total EV. You need to transition from a hybrid and then into full BEVs. Perhaps just to give you high-level studies, initially when the EV transition came, especially in the US, there was a great hype that we needed to go straight into EVs. But globally, it has been proven that take up on pure EVs is not that easy and not that simple. You need to start by transitioning first into multifaceted hybrids, if you want to call them, whether it being hydrogen, whether it being hybrid, but you need to start from somewhere before you can get it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to move to Mr. Raymond. The first question that I want to pose to you is, what are the most critical challenges and the opportunities for your members in retooling and reskilling their operations?
Okay, thanks, Prof. Let me help you out. My name is Renee.
Oh, sorry
No,
about
it's
that.
fine, it's fine. We're in a place of learning and we all learn every day, right? I want to thank you and your team for the consideration in extending an invite to my organization to be here today. I remember reading your invite letter and you touched on some of the key topics that I think we should unpack, and I'm so glad I'm here with a group of friends. We all know each other quite well, but the colleagues here represent a part of the value chain, the OEM or the vehicle assembly side of the value chain, which is critical to South Africa and critical to manufacturing autos, as you can expect. But I represent a different part of the value chain, and that's a group of more than 150 companies who are component producers or suppliers to these vehicle assemblies. And that's really where the real, forgive me for saying it, Esther, but I think you'll agree, the real economic heart of autos production really sits in terms of new employment opportunities, in terms of new business creation, technology, skills. It all sits in the supplier base. So I think as we work together in South Africa's automotive environment, the biggest challenge and also opportunity that I see on a daily basis is how to increase the participation of that local value chain or component manufacturing, or what we call localization. You see a lot of kind of popular commentary on vehicle assembly and localization, and that's effectively what localization brings to the sector, and why, as a country and as taxpayers, we have a really significant industrial policy to support the growth of autos. But Prof, let me come directly to your question. In terms of the actual skills and risks to those skills, I think right now, as has been pointed out, there's definitely a transition to a range of technologies. Everyone talks about the battery electric vehicle transition, but I think it's been very well pointed out that a multi-pathway approach is proving more and more relevant in the global context, and particularly in South Africa. I think in South Africa, we have a long way to go before any single technology is going to be dominant. So, yeah, we talk about exports, but I think even our own domestic market is so critical for us to start proving and generating capability across a host of kind of emerging technologies. Nishen, you said something really important. You were speaking about, I think, the challenge or what we're looking to address is the move to decarbonization. Yeah, I think in South Africa, yes, we've got to address that in the auto sector, but we've got to address other issues, including employment and unlocking greater opportunities irrespective of the technology. So I think at risk. It was that guy over there, the program director. He picked up a pun. He was talking about catalytic converters. Catalytic converters, or the emissions control side of things, has been South Africa's biggest export on global markets for many years, and I think that's where significant risk sits. The number of jobs and value of exports in that particular side of the segment is high if we don't find a way to transition that part of the value chain. And I think there's opportunities associated with that. The kind of companies that are involved in catalytic converter production, if you think about the coating or the creation of that catalyst and then the canning of the catalyst, are exactly the same companies that participate in FCEV vehicle production and the components behind that. So what is a risk? Definitely a risk, but also an opportunity, and we've already got the supplier base embedded in South Africa to help transition. I do think you will also find engine components, which have been for a long time a significant export of South Africa, particularly to the US, also going to come under significant strain. Actual occupations, my organization did a piece of work with the ILO not too long ago. And we found, interestingly enough, that South Africa's well placed to reskill occupations that may be at risk. So whether it's in the space of engineering, whether it's shop floor production operators, automation technicians, the quality specialists that are often very unique to a particular technology. South Africa's got a long history of producing autos, and we've been able to transition. Even ICE changes all the time, right? So the skills are here, the technology is here. It's a matter of retreading it, or I think you used the word retooling. So yeah, I think high-level prof, that's where some of the sub-segments that are at risk, skills that are at risk, but ability to transition quickly, I'm fairly confident that we can do so. What needs to unlock that is the growth of an NEV ecosystem in South Africa and a policy to support that. Let me stop and then allow my colleagues to add.
To everything that we do, it does become an enabler, not just to us, but to our component manufacturers as well, and also to level the playing field as to what is that if we want to preserve the industrialization of South Africa, level the playing field and have clear transparency on what it is that we are all fighting for or working towards, because that does become critical. We do realize there are new players that are coming in, but then, regulatory becomes important, that we have clear, concise, precise regulation, because that is what drives investment. If you don't have clear policies and regulations, you cannot drive investment. And we do need investment in South Africa, even with our transitioning to NEV, as we transition to NEV. We need clear policies. But to add to that, maybe I should highlight that, government has come to the table. They have given an incentive towards transitioning into NEVs. It's 150% incentive that has been given for new investments. Tax incentive that has been given for new investment, which became effective in March this year. But this is purely for new incentive. So my colleague on the other side from Toyota, myself and you, we missed out on the incentives because we went into transitioning prior to that. But, we are positive that we do have an opportunity in South Africa to be able to play that space.
Thank you very much for that. I think I'm going to go to Ntate Motsamai. We know that the battery is a major component on the EVs. So I want to know what minimum production volumes would be required to make the local battery manufacturing economically viable in South Africa? And how close are we to achieve those thresholds?
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting us. I think as Nest has indicated, from Ford, we already started in 2023 for our PF plant, and also we do have a battery assembly plant that we set up. But the biggest challenge is we know that the cells we still import, we don't have the capabilities to manufacture locally, and that challenge will still exist, I think, for the near future. But the capabilities there to be able to manufacture, as we've shown, having the first PF plant for Ranger that we manufacture here in South Africa, we've set up a facility, and the skills available as well is something that we had to work around, where initially we had to use skills from overseas, but we had that skills transfer. We've got locals working in that facility. I think it's something that is doable in the near future. We can have that capability. There are facilities also locally that are accredited from overseas companies where they are offering skills and training, and that is something that we managed to close the gap on it. But yes, it's a challenge that if we work, I think one of the other things that we also have started, as you know, Prof, we've invited you to the facility and your team, because it's critical that from the manufacturers as well, not just identify the problem, but we need to be part of the solution. That's why we engage facilities of higher learning like Unisa, where we indicated what we need, the skill set that will enable us to move to the future. And working in that collaboration and identifying those gaps helps close the gap, rather than just saying that we have a problem, we don't have skills in the country. What academia is producing and what we need as corporate create a value between the two. That's why working together and collaboration will ensure that within, as Europe say that they have the road to zero, 2025, with the introduction of EU7, will need to transform and transition as manufacturers local to be able to support the needs for export and also domestic production. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a follow-up question, but this one is going to be to all the panelists. I want to hear your views on this one. For a strategic perspective, should South Africa prioritize participation in the global lithium-ion battery value chain, or should it leverage its competitive advantage in the platinum-based hydrogen fuel cell technologies?
I think I kind of touched on it, that we do not see this as a either discussion. I think a global technology is not singular, global markets are not singular, and South Africa's advantages are not singular. I happened to see one of the NARCAN members just walking a few minutes ago, and this company called Isondo Precious Metals is kind of a pioneer in hydrogen-based components, particularly for the auto space, and looking to export. And I think that's on the back of South Africa's advantages in PGM mining. We can expect to see more of these opportunities unlocking the FCEV space. Having said that, you talk about lithium-ion batteries, and I naturally think, not just in a South African context, but in the wider regional context, you've got an opportunity to develop a fairly significant value chain. And it's really important that we think of industrialization just not in South Africa. You've got to think about continental, regional value chains. And that's a perfect example of one where we can partner with neighbors. So I think the colleagues will want to add, but for me, it's definitely not an either or. I think we've got advantages in both spaces. We've got government policy already talking to supporting battery production. I think it needs to be extended across the range of NEV high value components, including the FCEV space or the hydrogen space, and leverage and capture as much of the value chain as we can without getting too caught up on a specific technology.
Both. We in South Africa are fortunate, that we are in this space. So it gives us an advantage in that sense. So in terms of which of the two, whether it's lithium, we need to be looking at both, because as we transition into EVs, we'll find that there'll be cells that we are currently importing that we can actually produce from here. Battery packs that are being imported that can be produced from here. So those are all the variables that we have. But our biggest card that we have is the minerals that we currently already have in South Africa. How do we turn those minerals, instead of exporting them, but using them locally, domestically, as raw minerals in order for them to start benefiting us in South Africa? Thank you.
I think if we can add to what has already been said, battery technology is changing. We had nickel hydride, we had lithium ion, and now it's moving towards sodium. So, as the AI advances, technology advances, changes in battery technology will happen. I definitely think we need to explore both, because hydrogen for us as a country has a huge opportunity. Producing hydrogen off the sun that we get almost every day is free. So that hydrogen has its place in bigger sectors like decarbonizing the shipping industry. We can put it into the long haul automotive sector. We can use it in our blast furnace in the downstream industries to convert ore to steel, which is then used in the auto sector. So definitely we need to explore both as a country. And I think, to Renee's point, Sub-Saharan Africa has those minerals that we can use in battery technology. And of late, our policies have been amended to include these minerals for better beneficiation. So if we can use those minerals that emanate from the Sub-Saharan countries, we get better policy benefits from them. So yeah, definitely there's opportunities for us as a country.
I think Renee has covered it well, and yeah, it's not about the choice which one to use. And also, as we progress with the latest technological development, there will always be new things that are coming. And as a country, we should be able to adapt. And as we know that about almost 70% of the vehicles that are produced locally are being for export market, and also that will dictate also based on the policy decisions that have been made in those countries as they go for Road to Zero for 2035. I think those will be the challenges that as a country will be facing. Thank you.
All right. A follow-up question from my side again to everyone is, we have indicated earlier that 2035, those European markets, they are phasing out the combustion engines. So from us here in South Africa, are we going to have two plants? That is one, manufacturing those decarbonization cars, and then also the internal combustion, or we are going to change as well?
One of the OEMs
if you look currently today, talking about for South Africa, we currently already produce the PF and the ICE, and we produce in the same factory. The challenges that we have with the introduction of Euro 7 and also moving to NEV vehicles for Europe with a target goal of 2025. If you look now in Ethiopia last year, introduced regulations where they banned ICE vehicles. No ICE vehicles are allowed to be sold as new in Ethiopia, and it was the first country that introduced those restrictions for in Africa. That also impacted, means that we needed to transition the vehicles that we provide for that country becomes different. Similar way, as we monitor the development that is happening in Europe, we have noted the development that happens in the North America, United States, whereby EPA regulations we have been amended based on, again, emission regulation. And you will note that in the US, as Ma'am Esther indicated, that when the NEV policy was started, there was high uptake for pure EVs. But if you look what has since happened in the last 2 years, there's been a decline in the sales of full EVs for hybrid vehicles. I think the policy changes that will happen in Europe will dictate on the production that we're gonna do for South Africa. But again, it's something that we hope that our government will continuously engage our European counterparts and to ensure that that transition, when it comes, then is something that we are ready as a country, but also it has an impact on the local production. Thank you.
I definitely think there is the case again for the multi-pathway. We will produce a wide variety of vehicles, and we'll continue to do that. I mean, just take a user case in South Africa. HEV makes sense if you want the efficiency. If you have a solar system in your house and you can plug in your plug-in hybrid, your daily commute becomes free, right? If you have the capability to do that and upcharge that to a BEV, it becomes more sensible. And as we advance, probably biofuels and hydrogen fuel cells will play a part in how we move in terms of people. If you look at it now, we have to ask ourselves, we are the southern tip of Africa. We produce vehicles here and we export it to the north of the world. Does that make sense logistically? No, it doesn't. So what attracts investment in auto sector or manufacturing in South Africa? It's strong policy. It's strong policy that's been set by the APDP and the SAM 35, which is a long-term projection of where we want to take this industry. Coupled to that, the reason why we're so popular in Europe is because of the free trade agreement. So we need to put this into play of what attracts manufacturing of autos into South Africa. It not drivetrain dependent. It is, we have the supply chain, and Rene and his team of people that support our supplier base, we go very deep into the supply chain. And that solidness of deep supply chains coupled with good, strong policy is what will keep us here as a manufacturing sector for automotives. So I don't think the question is about which drivetrain. I think it's a question of we will manufacture autos in whichever shape or form. And to that point, you know, we've recently tried to, well, our country has introduced Chile as a new manufacturer to come in as early as next year. So the environment is being set, and I think we can support that by strengthening the supply chains that support this network.
Thanks, Prof. Let me come in here as well. I think it's a really interesting question, and a lot of it comes down to understanding, because you framed it as, are we going to have two plants, one for ICE in the domestic market and one for EVs going into Europe? So first, let me say, I think the European market, like Nishat said, has been fantastic for South African exports over a long term because of the free trade agreement, right? So let's try as much as possible to maximize out of that. But I think it's not going to be forever the South Africa's kind of only key market that we need to start thinking about. I mentioned Africa earlier, and the ability to industrialize or cross-industrialize across different nodes of the African continent will provide some level of bulwark against changes that we see in export markets. I mean, the US was a huge market for a long time, and then suddenly you get a president who's got his own ideas, and then not a big market anymore. So I think South Africa needs to follow a model that is starting to pull back a little bit on being too export dependent, right? There's a place for exports. Your company does fantastically well in terms of the exports, but I think we need to also start thinking about the domestic and regional market and how to unlock it. So absolutely, there's a place for policy to start I think, giving greater reasons why production happens for the domestic market. And whether it's ICE or NEV, I think I'm going to, again, put one of the colleagues on the spot. It would be really cool if you can open up your plant. Esther in Gauteng. Open up your plant for a visit to Prof and his team. Because Prof, you don't need two plants. You can do multi-technologies in a single plant. It's all about how you set up the assembly line. These guys are already doing NEVs, they're doing plug-in hybrids. The first one that I went to for hybrid was Toyota when the Cross was launched about 4 years ago. But you just set up the line differently, and depending on your market and variant, again, South Africa can produce anything. It all comes down to OEM volume allocation globally, what customer markets are pulling. And I like the example of Cherry. We should not look at the Chinese brands that everyone talks about, imports and whatever. It's going to happen with or without you. You know, those brands are going to grow. What we need to do as South Africa is to find a way to get a level of local production. Cherry is a good example. But what we want for them is to manufacture as much of those components or subsystems here in South Africa, not to bring everything on a container. And they've got fantastic technology. Yeah, the Chinese brands have introduced high-tech, low-cost vehicles to the ordinary man in the street. And our challenge as sector stakeholders is to make sure those technologies and the systems behind them are actually being done here in South Africa. You don't need to build 5 different plants. You can do it all in one consolidated space.
And I thank you for putting us on the spot. Yeah. Prof, you have a formal invitation to come and visit our plant. But just to complement to what Renee was saying, it's definitely not 2 plants, but 1 plant. We do have an opportunity again when it comes to policies. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement has just included autos as of this year. That's a huge opportunity to say, how do we not just look at exporting abroad, but looking into Africa as well? We've spoken about regionalization. How do we look at the fact that we can produce here and regionally export within ourselves using the African Continental Free Trade area that we have to maximize Renee's shop, which is components. How do we then get the component companies that are here to grow? How do we get minerals that are in Africa to be utilized here, and that then grows Africa? Because we are one of the biggest continents that you have. We are also one of the youngest continents that you have in terms of young people population. So in 30 years' time, the expertise will be coming from Africa. And how do we ensure that we actually use that as of now to benefit us as Africa, not just South Africa, and not be looking outside in terms of exports?
Thank you very much. Lastly, from my side, because of time, what advice can you give Unisa? Because Unisa is in a process of developing an automotive qualification. What advice can you give to Unisa management in terms of that qualification?
Give the one person who, but we all have left university a long time. Prof, I think for me, it's definitely to use Unisa and the wider academia voice to be stronger in key sectors. And I'm not going to just say autos, I'm going to say key sectors of the economy, in advocating for the kind of economic policies that ensure high levels of domestic value addition across the manufacturing space. I think as South Africa, as a manufacturing destination, we are actually a lot stronger than we think we are. History of manufacturing, at many times, parts of our manufacturing base were global powerhouses, right? I think reinvigorating the R&D space to participate in global value chains where technology, components, subsystems are being designed as part of new vehicle models in the future. If you've got a policy and an academic space that supports all of that, I think it would be a useful contribution to the overall narrative. And then the upskilling and reskilling that I kind of touched on in the earlier comment, I'm not going to repeat, but the opportunities are there. They respond to demand changes. I think the combination of Unisa and some of the supporting skills agencies like the various CETAs across the country, we've got the opportunity to kind of deepen that reskilling space. So those are my opening comments.
Thank you.
Look, we need to be backcast a bit in terms of what drives technology in the auto sector. So if you look at what happened in Europe, Euro Regulation 1, Euro Regulation 2, 3, 4, 5, we're currently at 7. It propelled the industry to do catalytic converters in order to capture the noxious gases. And that helped us propel the mining sector in South Africa, the PGMs, which we benefited of. Where the request is going towards is full decarbonization. What you've mentioned too is 2035, the ban on ICE engines. What will help us as an industry is we have to decarbonize along the next regulation that will come into force, which is CBAM. And I think some of you understand what CBAM is. Just quickly, it's Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. What it does is it charges you at the point of entry of a product into Europe for the carbon that's been emitted in producing that product. So we need to decarbonize our manufacturing sector as quickly as we can. I think we're making some headway there in terms of renewables, but we need to accelerate that skill and that development. And the R&D that the likes of Unisa can do to implement that. Coupled to that, I think we need to recognize what CBAM will do for us is its next evolution in taking a 20-year view. The journey that they've taken on vehicles, it will come to a point where they try to do the 3 Rs: reduce, recycle, repurpose. So in your vehicle manufacturing process, they will ask for a certain amount of components to come from recycled material, from reused components. So if we take a 20-year view in terms of what we can start setting up and thinking about, how do we set up end-of-life vehicle centers? And how do we then take a vehicle that has ended its purpose in life? How do we refurbish some of those components that can go into the second-hand market or into the OEM's new vehicle? How can we recover the minerals that are on the vehicle and put it back into the manufacturing process? Because Europe and the rest of the world will move towards having the vehicle that is, and they'll probably give a percentage, that is from recyclables. So maybe that's a point of a long view that we probably need to take.
All right. No, thank you very much. For the sake of time, can I take maybe 2 questions from the floor? Dr. Lidwawa and, sorry? Dr. Sigoya.
Thank you very much. It's Susanda Sikonya. Thank you for that discussion. It was truly fulfilling to be participating and listening to industry people, having these engagements and sharing the challenges that you guys face and what implementation strategies you'd like us to look into. As a person that looks into different types of projects, and I'm looking at students that we have at the university, and you guys are currently having plants and running these hydrogen generations and batteries and stuff like that. What I'm more interested in as an academic, and for students particularly, what types of hurdles are you currently facing in hydrogen generation? What should we be looking at as a main target in terms of finding the projects that feed into the broader aspect of industry challenges that you're facing, aside from scalability issues that we face at lab scales. But we are sitting with our students that are working, particularly 2 of my PhD students are working in hydrogen generation, the other in sodium batteries. So we want to know exactly what are the major issues now in industry particularly that you are currently facing in generating those products for commercializations. What are the issues that you find in the long run that we need to be looking into and further investigating at a lab scale level, so that we have targeted and specific projects that feed into the actual issue that we are facing in an industry perspective. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful insight presentation whereby we understand the difference between the Ford and the Toyotas and how you guys, you are pushing into innovation. So I know that Ford, you are based in, your R&D is based in America because it's an American brand. And I know that you, Japan, Toyota is in Japan. So how, and the gentleman there was talking about being, how Peter asked about the skill that is needed. And I know that 2024 from the Department of Labor, we found that the batteries is one of the skills that is needed into South Africa. And we know that these two companies, they are not doing their research, their R&D in South Africa. How do you bring it home together with the SETAs? Because when you look at the SETAs, SETA, they are more into this EV. And we are here as the university. We want our R&D, we want our critical minerals, which is in South Africa, to be part of manufacturing those bits, not assembly. Because one of the guys just answered that from Ford point of view, you are just assembling the battery. How do we decentralize the R&D in such a way that the university and the SETAs and the Department of Labor, as well, they have mentioned last year that battery is one of the things that is needed, and every year we are buying the cars. How do we partner or collaborate in that sense? Thank you.
Maybe I can give a view in terms of the R&D. You're quite right. The R&D centers are located in Europe, in Japan, in North America. There is local R&D, definitely, because Africa conditions are very unique. So we do vehicle testing and try to bring in the amendments that need to be made to the design phase, in order to satisfy the needs of our environment. But to talk to in terms of how we approach this, locally we are partnering with other universities in terms of piloting battery electric and fuel cell vehicles to test for our local environment, the highest specific lab. Of course, this requires us, because we're at a design center, a lot of information gathering, a lot of data, a lot of testing, in order to push this product to our principals to say, please, we've tested it, this is what can work, we need the necessary process, or we need the necessary product. But it becomes a scalability issue. Look, if we just talk about numbers, China makes 33 million vehicles a year. India makes about 10 million vehicles a year. We make around 700. And of that, we don't design it. It's designed in different centers. So I think we have a part to play to commercialize it, like what the keynote speaker addressed is. We can do the R&D, but to get it to a commercial point needs scale. And for now, that's a difficult point for us to get around.
Let me try and try my luck at the hydrogen specific question coming. But I know I can see a specialist sitting out there. If Vinay, if you want to add, I don't think it'll be a bad idea, because we've actually just done a partnership with your company that's funded with one of the SETAs on skills development in the hydrogen space for autos. But let me kind of kick it off. I think
the issue for South Africa, and you seeing it at a very micro level, is that hydrogen is nascent technology but could have an application across a range of different sectors. So whether it's in the space of heavy duty transport, whether it's mining, some of the big freight and construction opportunities, I think it's how does hydrogen as a technology secure itself into some of those kind of key sectors as at a start. The next thing is to then unpack from a value chain perspective, what are the actual components? Now let me talk about autos. Which are the actual components where you've got a level of capability in I hope you caught some of that. I'm not going to start again, but particularly those companies that are already in the CATCOM space have the ability to transition from a perspective of both global partnerships and domestic presence right now. So engagements with some of those companies will probably one-on-one, you'll be able to unlock what some of their needs are and where you can start tailoring, particularly some of your post-grad research. We haven't, myself, I've not been digging out those particular opportunities, but I assure you those companies will know because of their global partnerships. So I think if needed and follow up, I mean, my details are with the prof. If you need some pointing towards those companies, I'm quite happy to do so. But Vinay, I don't know if you want to maybe add on actual technology or skill development requirement in the hydrogen space. You can introduce your company and what you do if you haven't already.
All right. You want to?
I'll take 2 minutes quickly.
Okay.
So yeah, just adding on to what Renee is saying, I think the question was around hydrogen. What are some of the challenges? I think hydrogen suffers in comparison with battery because when the battery electric vehicle, for example, developed, there were no real regulations about where the electricity must come from. It didn't have to be green. With hydrogen, it has to be green. So that adds a level of cost onto it. And then you get to the question of cost versus scale. So for us to advance hydrogen, we need to reduce some of those barriers to entry, bring that cost down. I think the EU is now starting to do that and not insisting that it has to be green. Let's get hydrogen in first, and then things can follow from there. The second point is I think hydrogen is suffering from this, what I call the huge project syndrome. We have these massive projects being announced over a 10-year cycle. We can't wait that long. And they high cost, and sometimes, well, in most cases, they don't materialize. And then that really impacts the hydrogen industry. What we need is small projects, discrete projects, a refueling station, get those vehicles up on the road so we can show them, demonstrate them, and scale from there on. So that's the way to do it.
Thank you very much. Lastly, I want to thank all the panelists for accepting our invitation. We really appreciate. For the spot question, my team decided Miss Doctor is the one that asked the question that
So let's give a round of applause for the panel on the team on transport.
So we are going to break for lunch. I don't want to be the one that's standing in between you and lunch, so let's just cut it right here. We're back at 2:20 to 3, so 2:40. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody is feeling fortified after the excellent lunch that we had. I think we are just about ready to start our final session on energy. So, for those that want to attend the medical, the health studies and medicines CNA, that should be in the other venue, but for the energy, it's going to be this one. So I'd like to call up Professor Matlanyane Mate, who's an extinguished that's funny, distinguished professor of the College of Science, Engineering and Technology here at Unisa. And she's going to introduce our panel for the discussion here today. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up.
Thank you so much, Program Director, for a nice introduction and welcome, and thank you for the opportunity also. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and colleagues. It's a privilege to welcome you to this panel on South Africa specific challenges in energy materials for mobiles as well as stationary applications. Our discussion today goes beyond just technology, but it's about shaping a sustainable energy future that reflects our country's unique resources, industrial realities, as well as social priorities. South Africa stands at a crossroad. We have endowment of natural resources. We have world-class research capacity and growing demand for clean, efficient energy systems. Yet we face persistent challenges in scaling innovation, securing supply chains, as well as aligning policy with technological advancement. So we have a privilege to host 3 thought leaders who present industrial development in critical minerals, material research and innovation, renewable energy integration, as well as energy policy. Their combined perspective will illuminate how to drive energy efficiency that is international competitive, yet firmly grounded in our local needs. Ms. Mashudu Ndwambi. She is a business analyst at Eskom's Research, Testing and Development Center, where she supports strategic innovation, technology, commercialization, and South Africa's energy transition initiatives. With over a decade of experience spanning scientific research, business consulting, innovation management, and stakeholder engagement, she has played a key role in developing technology investment strategies and advancing emerging energy solutions. Mashudu holds a BSc in molecular and cell biology and a postgraduate diploma in business administration from Wits University. She is currently pursuing Masters of Management in Energy Leadership, and she is very passionate about sustainability as well as industrial development. Secondly, I've got Mr. Nick Singh. Please join us on the stage. He is the head of Smart Grid of Excellence and Microgrid Program Director at Eskom's Research, Testing and Development Center. With more than 27 years of experience in electronic engineering, he specializes in smart grids, control systems, renewable energy integration, and distributed energy resources. So he leads multidisciplinary teams of engineers and scientists and oversees research facilities that support Eskom's generation, transmission, as well as distribution. He serves on several national and international technical bodies, including the South African Smart Grid Initiative, the International Smart Grid Action Network, and the Electric Power Research Institute. He is a board member of the Global Smart Energy Federation. In addition to that, he is an industrial mentor at a number of universities locally and abroad, and he has delivered multiple public lectures in the field of smart grids, including renewable integration and EV integration. Mr. Singh holds a Master of Engineering degree in Electronic Engineering and has completed executive and program management programs through the Unisa Graduate School of Business Leadership and Wits University Business School. And thirdly, we have Mr. Vinay Somera. Please join us on the stage. He is the founder and the chief executive officer of Isondo Precious Metal with more than 35 years of experience in platinum group metals industry in South Africa. And his career has spanned a range of strategic leadership and innovation roles, establishing him as a recognized authority on platinum group metals technology beneficiation and business strategy. Before founding Isondo Precious Metals, he spent 25 years at Impala Platinum Pty Ltd Implants, where he held a succession of senior positions, culminating in his appointment as the Group Executive Market Development and Strategy. And during his term, Mr. Somera was instrumental in establishing and growing Impala Refining Services, building it over a decade to a platinum refinery with a multi-billion rand annual takeover. He is very committed to advocate for adding value to South Africa's precious metals, which I think is quite important, realizing that we have endowment of natural resources. So he founded Isondo Precious Metals with a vision of establishing a thriving beneficiation industry to support the country's emerging green hydrogen economy. Under his leadership, Isondo Precious Metals has developed a state-of-the-art facility dedicated to localizing the manufacturing of critical minerals products in South Africa. So the company is involved in the production of catalyst precursors, precious metal catalysts, and membrane electrode assembles for fuel cells and electrolyzers. The facility also houses advanced platinum group metals, analytical and membrane electrode assemble testing labs with catalyst and membrane electrode assemble recycling capabilities currently under development. Looking ahead, Mr. Somera is leading Isondo Precious Metal expansion into hydrogen mobility with plans to roll out hydrogen refueling stations and over time deploy fuel cells, power trucks, and buses at scale, drawing on planned access to significant volumes of hydrogen in the Johannesburg area. Mr. Somera holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Mathematics and Chemistry and a Bachelor of Commerce degree, as well as Executive MBA from the University of Cape Town's Graduate School of Business. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists, leading voices in the energy innovation and thought leaders driving progress in energy efficient technology. Together, let's give them a very warm round of applause. One, two. All right, so we are going to move into our focus plan discussion and then conclude with an interactive Q&A where you'll have a chance to engage directly with the experts. And I've divided our discussion into challenges, innovation, solutions, partnerships, as well as implementation and impact. So my first question is going to be directed to Vinay. And Vinay, I'm inspired about your courage and long-term vision to acknowledge our endowment in the country, the endowment of natural resources, and the idea of venturing into platinum group metals, value chain and beneficiation enhances the manufacturing capacity of the country. So what do you think the country must focus on to produce young people of your caliber? What are the foreseeable challenges in the space, and what made you to be you in South Africa? So is there a framework for success which no longer exist? And what do you think we should look at where we can have many people of your caliber, given the fact that we've got quite a number of natural resources? Coal, we can look at coal beneficiation in the country and others.
Thank you, Prof. At the outset, I must say, I'm not sure it's courage. Some might say it's stupidity. To leave a well-paying corporate job and try and start up an entity from the ground level. But it was, I think it was in response to frustration working within a corporate, seeing that we have 80% of the world's platinum group metals, but we have that in a context where we have 60% youth unemployment. In my view, I'm quite passionate about this view that those two numbers should never ever occupy the same ballpark. No other country would have this dubious distinction. If China had 80% of the world's PGMs, we know what they would be doing with it. So I think that inspired me to actually try and see whether I could leverage on my skills, on my knowledge, on my networks, and actually build something within the country. So within that context, guys, some of the arguments used to have at the corporate level is, well, we have the resources, we don't have the skills, we shouldn't be competing with our customers, those are the kind of lazy arguments that sometimes permeate the corporate corridors. The reality from a skills point of view, at Isondo, we have an intern program, and I'm continuously amazed by the sheer amount and the knowledge base of our youngsters that are coming out of university. What they lack is opportunity, and that is the difference. Opportunity to actually take those skills and actually be trained into the real industrialization processes. And to do that, we need to give them opportunity. We can't just educate people and then they have nowhere to go into. I mean, it's a travesty that Unisa is producing high-level graduates and they can't find jobs. It's a travesty within a context where we have 80% of the world's PGM resources. So how do you do it? I mean, the question was, how do we get to where we at? I think starting off, we had to have a very clear vision. How do you take these natural resources, these critical minerals, and localize the beneficiation of it in country? We must remember that we export, 99.995 and above purity, platinum, palladium, ruthenium, all the precious metals. It goes to Japan, it goes to the US, it goes to the EU, and they then start to take that up the value chain. And for a long time, our country has been quite happy to keep it at that level and keep those relationships and not rock the boat. I mean, one of the debates was, should we be, as a country, be going up the value chain? And it's still a debate. If you read the Business Day and those kind of things, they're still debating, should we be doing beneficiation? So at Isondo, we presented, I'll take you to the journey how we got here. I thought it'll take me 5 years, and 10 years later, we finally at the execution stage. That's how long it takes. But I think the first point of success was actually taking it to the DTI, having a discussion with the DG at that stage, Lionel October, and convincing him of the vision of that we have to do this in country, and this is how we do it. So you got to get the backing of, and that was the only backing available. I got to give DTI credit. They bought into it. They saw the plan, they liked the vision and said, this is what we should be doing and we will support it. So from the DG to the minister, we got a lot of support to get the initial funding to get going. And then from there, it was progressive steps. You don't build this overnight. It is a series of progressive steps. It's ups and downs, and sometimes at 3 in the morning, you're sitting and thinking, what the hell have I done, or what the hell am I doing? But I think at the right time, you'll find the right level of support, the right level of cooperation. To the extent now, I think we, within the critical mineral space, have an entity that's got a brand, that's got a reputation, that's starting production. So we are taking platinum and the platinum group metals. In step one, we are converting it just to the specialty chemicals, the hexachloroplatinate, the chloruridic acid, all the precursors. 60% of these or more are being produced right now internationally by the Japanese, the Tanakas, the Johnson Mattheys, the Horaces of this world. But guys, the value addition in step one is significant. We're talking between 10 to 50% value addition just in one step. That value we are currently exporting to the rest of the world, so Isondo is trying to do it in country. And then from the chemicals into the catalyst and then into the MEA, the value accrues progressively. And we can no longer continue to export that value, we have to localize it. Critical minerals, I think President Trump has made critical minerals sexy. He's also made it correct to now say it's my resource and we need to do it in our country. And we need to work on that basis. It's our resource. It belongs to all of us. How do we localize and how do we localize as a team? You can't do it as a company. You cannot do it as a person. You've got to do it as a team with government, with industry, all working towards the same goal. That's the Chinese model, right? Once they set that strategy, everybody works together and they try and achieve that. That's what we have to do. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. I've got a follow-up question before I move on to Nick and Mashudu. Do you think the economic strategy of the country is very clear in terms of how we can industrialize economy, more especially looking at the development of natural resources? Do you think it's quite clear?
It's a difficult question to put it. I think the industrialization strategy of the country, there's a very clear intent. We know what government wants to achieve. I think what is lacking is how they can achieve it. So the desire is there. Government knows we have to do this. They, to the full extent that they can, are trying to put in strategy and policies to execute on that. But I think as a country, we need to stop and move away from trying to create an environment, to try and create legislation, to talk about doing what we should be doing. We don't have time anymore. The world is moving and moving very quickly. China has recently launched a metals exchange, precious metal exchange, a new one, and that's now sucking up vast quantities of the precious metals. We're going to wake up tomorrow and find that we don't have access to our own metals. So the time for legislating, the time for talking, the time for planning and what you're doing is fast. It's leaving the building. We have to be at the stage of doing, otherwise we'll be talking to an empty room eventually. So what it requires really is making the challenges we've had as Isondo has been primarily in terms of moving faster than we could have, has been mainly funding. We don't have a funding environment, and it's difficult to get funding, whether from the private sector who don't believe you can do it, and from government who have very, very difficult processes to qualify for funding, including the IDC. If those processes were made much easier, then companies are able to then take the risk and execute. And taking the risk and execution also means the risk of failure. But you cannot learn by planning, by legislating. You've got to learn by doing. That's the only way.
Thank you so much, Vinay. Moving on to it's exciting to say that you've done so much in the industry and you are involved in a number of activities. But I'm fascinated by the fact that you still find time to empower students. I see that you do work with students on a supervision role from different universities in South Africa, and I really like that. And I wish we could have more people who are coming from industry who are also keen to help us in the space of human capital development, more especially, exposing them to what industry is actually looking for. So I would like to find out from the experiences that you had, Have you tried, to transform the curriculum of the university, knowing that at the end of the day we need to develop human capital and ensure that we give them the skills that society out there is looking for, and you are there in the industry. Have you engaged your students, to ensure that the curriculum within the university space aligns with the needs of the industry? Have you also thought of how you could assist the universities through the partnership that you already have to transform their research strategies so that it can actually speak to the needs of society?
Yeah, so thank you. I think that starts with, it's actually quite a difficult one to answer, but I think we need to first establish what the needs of the country is and what those strategies are at higher level. I mean, my colleague just spoke about PSG, precious metals, and the role that it plays. But I think when we look at the needs of the country, and especially when it comes to energy needs, the universities have to be up to date with whatever technologies are out there. And I don't mean at a higher level to look at, I don't know, battery technologies in general. I'm talking about to the point what's current, what's transforming. And this industry is so fast. I mean, within 6 months, you can see new technologies pop up. And then I hear that it takes 2 years to change a curriculum at a university. So that doesn't add up. So there needs to have that level of agility that allows this change to happen. Right? I'll give an example. So we got an electronic background. So I've got students that finished, joined ESCOM, and they don't know how to code in Python because they learned other languages at university. So they're not up to speed. And if you can read syntax and you can learn a new language quite fast. And I give them an opportunity to say, this is more relevant, this is what we need to do, right? And you need to do it. But I can't be there for every university. There needs to be this link between industry, especially like the likes of ESCOM and this whole power regime that is changing, and a close relationship with the universities and students to keep them up to date and to inform them of what they need to focus on that's going to make the most impact for that sector. And I think that link is missing. I know we get busy and we get occupied in our daily work, but all these young ones sitting in front of us is our future. If we're not there to mentor them and to make sure they're on the right path, then they're going to end up in exactly the same situation that my colleague said. Qualified and can't find a job. So I think, industrial partners also need to play that role. If they're going to feed the tertiary educations in terms of what the industry needs, then they must also pick up the bucket as soon as these young ones graduate to say, I have a pipeline for you, and you're going to come in and you're going to make a difference. I think if it's a difficult thing to balance, and I think it's going to take a couple of years, but we need to start now. Otherwise, we're never going to reach this.
Thank you so much, Nick. I like what you've just highlighted around the time it takes to transform the curriculum. I hope you advise us when we focus on innovation in terms of how can we fast track the development, because there are other platforms such as co-designing short learning programs with industries and get them accredited within the universities and take it from there.
Question, sorry, just repeat that.
Also, I was thinking of something when we were talking about the need for a platform, and I think now this is the time to tell you more about Unisa Social Innovation Hub and Laboratories, to say that link is already existing at Unisa, maybe you did not know. So we have, Unisa has the Social Innovation Hub and Laboratories, which is a platform for conversations. We invite industries as well as community members, government officials, to talk about challenges, to meet academics and discuss the challenges. And from the challenges, we derive opportunities. And we then the opportunities inform curriculum as well as the research strategy. So today I invite you to be part of the social innovation lab. So you won't go around saying there's no link. There is a link.
Yeah, no, 100%. But I think, with all due respect, there should be more advocacy around something. I think the industry needs to know about that there's a place to actually inform, and to actually influence so that we can make these changes. I think
Thank you so much. Yeah, we will market it more. And I've got a question also for Mashudu. As someone who has been breaking new grounds, inventing new technologies in the energy industry, what are the barriers to industrialization of energy technologies in South Africa? Because when I was looking at your experiences, I see that you are an inventor and you have you've been breaking new grounds. So what are the challenges in that space in the country? Because this space is very, very important when we see young people coming up with innovations. And I always say that in Africa, we have the solution, we have inventors, we have what it takes. But what are the barriers and limitations to commercialization? I'm going back to what Renee was talking about in terms of industrialization.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for that question. I think the members of the panel, they did touch base on it in terms of the fragmentation. So no doubt that South Africa is very good at innovation and proper research has been done. But the question is, what do we do with that? Some of these innovations, they get to a point where they hit rock bottom because now they don't know where they're going to implement that and how. So the first thing that I've observed, especially in my line of work and with the projects, some of the projects that I've had the liberty to lead, it's the fragmentation between research and industry. So research, for an example, when I did with one of the projects, which is the cell manufacturing facility project that I currently lead, we realized that there's a lot of research that has been done in terms of the material processing and modeling around that in terms of optimization of the current battery chemistries. But only now that we are looking into manufacturing, having a facility for manufacturing cells, we realize that a lot has been done. But little did we know that this thing, it's there, it's working, and including the Unisa Innovation Hub. We could have tapped into these platforms if only we were united and if there was a proper pipelining, we wouldn't be even suffering. But here we are working in isolation. There is research which is meant to do its own research just for information sharing. We have a lot of publications, but ask me, how many of those have been commercialized? We can count. So also with the demand. Research, it's done without a customer, but you're looking at possible responses to global changes, but and also the changes in technology and all of that. But if we do research with an intention to say, who is my customer? From turning research into business, because a lot of people, they would say, I'm a researcher, but I'm not a business person, so I can only put this thing out there and all of that, but who are you doing this for? How are we going to convert that research into a value add? Yes, for information, it's all good, and for learning purposes, it's all good, but let's look at the value beyond just knowledge sharing. And also the infrastructure and logistics. It's another barrier that is there. For an example, let me make an example with the EV. There's a slow uptake with that. Technology is there, innovation is there, knowledge is there. I mean, people have the expertise, but how many infrastructures of charging infrastructures do we have? They're slowly coming up. So the research, it's leading way too fast than implementation and all of that. And also policy. The reforms, how often will it take that they look into these policies and reform? Just for an example, we were just reviewing the IRP. It took 2 years to get it up and running. Technology is not waiting for us and all of that. So you can see that these are the problem. I would say speed more than anything in our country is a problem, and it leads to a lot of barriers to say we can work, we can think, we can innovate and do everything else, but our country is not ready. Infrastructure is not ready. Industry supply chains, they're not ready. And I think to the point that the CEO spoke to in terms of beneficiation. To date, we're still arguing to say, or discussing, should we beneficiate? We don't have time. We're going to talk forever. If there's one thing that we're good at,
is to talk. I would always say, fail fast and fail forward. We learn by doing. It's about time we try something. And with my project for the battery cell manufacturing, it's the risk that I'm willing to take. And even if it's the last thing I turn gray, it's okay. But at least we would have tried something. And only when we do it, we're going to learn better. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And to my last question now, focusing on challenges. What are the most pressing material supply chain issues for battery and fuel cell technologies in South Africa? I'll start from you.
So in our experience of the material supply, the raw material supply, in our case, it's the platinum group metals. You wouldn't think it, but as a South African company, you actually have challenges in sourcing the material locally. It's quite weird because I think the established platinum group metal majors have long-term contracts internationally, and these get priority. So if you're coming in as a startup, as a small company, and you're wanting small amounts of metal just to get going, it's often, there's significant hurdles in actually getting it. It's something, being on the other side of the fence, I didn't expect. But to your point, like I said, going through this for quite some time, I've already turned grey. And these are some of the challenges we are trying to solve. I mean, as an example, we are trying to secure some ruthenium. But we don't want to get the ruthenium final metal, because to take the final metal and redissolve it and then produce the tetroxides, because we've got to go back to the salt. And from the salt, we convert that to the precursor, and then from there to the catalyst. So it's costly to take the final metal and go backwards. So we're trying to source the intermediate. It's virtually impossible. We got a quote from a German manufacturer that can supply it, but they are quoting 30% more than the price of the final metal. It's actually laughable. So I think there we need support from government. And there you need the Department of Mineral Resources, you need the MPRDA legislation, you need the Precious Metals Regulator, ITAC, all those guys to be working in concert to ensure that localization and local companies need to have first preference to any metal, irrespective of the form. Until we break that cycle, you're going to struggle to grow. But where the challenge is going to come, and it's going to come fairly quickly as well, is when you have a shortage of an ounce of metal. I think the one that's coming up sooner than the others will be iridium. It will be interesting to see, in that case, what the industry perspective is and who would they rather supply, and what the government perspective would be and who would they rather ensure the supply goes to. Our view has to be that local companies get first preference, but I suspect there could be a fight that will happen around that as well.
Thank you so much. Can I have your view, Nick? Also, same question. Can I have your view? Or what are the most pressing material supply chain issues for battery and fuel cells technology in South Africa?
Okay, so two different technologies there completely. So let's start with the fuel cells. I think beneficiation of platinum has always been the agenda, right, from day one. It's not a bad agenda, we have a lot of platinum. However, if you're going to be using it, whether it be electrolysis, using hydrogen, or fuel cells to make energy, then the hydrogen becomes a problem. So I think it's a difficult one. I think we need to just take a step back. We understand we have a clean agenda. We're looking for carbon neutrality by 2050. That's around the corner. And there's a lot of reform, a lot of changes that need to happen. I think when you look on the other side, on the battery side, right, NMC, LFP, half of these metals, manganese, cobalt, we end up importing it, as you said, leaves our continent, goes there, all the carbon emissions, manufacturing, bring it back into the country. So these things are already starting off with such a bad carbon credit, to start with, right? And then we start the process. We need to start localization, but it's easier said than said. I think the IRP should have mentioned it. There's a large amount of battery energy storage sitting within the IRP. We know it's there, so the intent is there from government. Now, at least there's a signal to market to say, if you're going to manufacture, that's what our plan says, and we can adopt it. In the past, it was very hard to validate, because to set up a gigawatt factory for batteries, if you don't have the offtake, no investor is going to want it. So I think it's difficult, but I think the timing is right now. I don't think there's a better time than now. I think a lot's going to happen in the next 5 years. We're going to see the shift. We're going to see technologies that's going to excel, that's most definitely going to have its place in society, and you're going to see those that will still be trying to find their place. But can't predict this future. But no better time than now.
Thank you so much, Nick. Thank you so much for that. And for now, I would like to just wrap up what we spoke about around challenges before we move on to innovation and solutions. In terms of industrialization, I think Rene was quite clear to say that, he was keen to add to our own natural resources and to also create opportunities for youth, and also to start an industry. He was quite clear to say that you are going to need to partner with funding entities so there are no issues. So basically, partnership is going to be very, very important, such as the TTI. And he spoke about the need for resilience, that we have to be very resilient. Building an industry is not easy, and also the agents move faster because time is moving. So we have to also, because of globalization as well, China is moving very, very fast. And he highlighted the issues around funding, that funding sometimes can be very difficult to obtain. So which is also another issue that we need to crack, to say when we tapping into industrialization of these energy materials, how are we going to ensure that there is different streams of funding coming from different funding entities from South Africa as well as from abroad. And we also looked at curriculum transformation challenges around that from Nick, and Nick demonstrated that the universities must be well informed of the industry in the energy space for relevance. Because if we are not aware as universities, then the students, the graduates that we produce are not going to be relevant. And we're going to struggle in terms of attaining one of the Department of Higher Education and Training approved targets, which is improving the improvement rates. So then that is what we need to actually consider from the university. And he also highlighted, I like the fact that he also highlighted now the role of industrial partners, that they have to also reach out to universities to strengthen the partnership so that our curriculum in the energy space is relevant, and our research strategy is also speaking to the needs of society. And around innovation, a lot has been spoken there from Mashudu. And she highlighted the need for market validation before we actually develop these technologies, because sometimes we get excited for what we have designed, but to have a market for it, there is market pull and market demand. Which approach is easier? So I think it's very important that we train the students to actually, define the model prior, and also the component of policy and incentives is very, very important to encourage green economy and green technologies, which will have to be in place. And sometimes policy can be a barrier if it's not transformed. So we have to find a way to reform these policies. And we can't be saying we are part of a decarbonization agenda if the enablers are not on the ground. Because it's more like we say what we don't mean. So we need to get to a point where we say what we mean and we mean what we say. And as you say, enablers are very, very important. And state-of-the-art infrastructure policies and including the skill of our people to say, what kind of curriculum, what kind of education are we giving to them? Is this education is going to sustain them in the long run? So I like the points that you shared in this platform. And you also highlighted that we have been talking a lot in South Africa, and it's about time that we become the doers. And I think that is also quite important because a lifespan is very, very expensive and short. So when you retire at 70, you look at what you have done. What are you going to say? Were you talking? Did you have impact? So you are quite right on that point. I was just highlighting the challenges. Moving on now to innovation and solution, I'm going to start from Nick. Please give me one example or case study illustrating innovation or policy success and one action or recommendation for South Africa's energy materials movement.
Okay, so I head up the Smart Grid Center of Excellence as I was introduced. So the team looks at energy in general. So poverty eradication is most definitely linked to energy access. So 2015, we started research in microgrids. I think we're one of the first to actually launch a smart off-grid microgrid. It was in Vicksburg in the Free State. It's coming on to 10 years now that this community is still functioning, completely off-grid, and the system is working flawlessly. So in terms of engineering and design capabilities, I think we showed that we understood this pretty well. We took those learnings, and that was now research and demonstration, and it moved into piloting a larger scale production line. So it dovetailed perfectly with Eskom's Just Energy Transition, where we promised that we're going to look at carbon neutrality and start looking at our power stations and looking at repowering and repurposing. And that product that we developed, right, that innovation, now ended up, we looked at how we can commercialize it. And we hence created production lines at Komati Power Station, where we're using local to site labor. We've trained artisans, welders, solar experts, wind experts, to be able to mass manufacture this thing to now benefit the country. So we're ticking many boxes there. It looks at innovation, it looks at valid business cases in terms of business development and selling this as a product into Africa, as well as within South Africa. And it looks at training, it looks at uplifting the communities and making sure that there's economies of scale, and we're creating, it's almost like this catalyst that was now injected into this community to make this work. But that's a difficult journey. I mean, this journey has taken 10 years. As you said, success doesn't happen overnight. It's a lot of determination, a lot of structured planning. And remember, a plan is just a plan. How you execute it is what makes the difference. Everybody is good at writing strategies, trust me. You can have a strategy a day, right? But implementing that strategy and making sure you have a tangible output at the end of the day is very difficult. And the way that you achieve that, and this is now talking from my experience, when you have a product and if you want to make it work, right, and if you have an audience, and if you need funding for this product, you're going to find out all the banks, all your DFIs want one thing: bankable business case. Starts there. So I always say that even before you think about something, before you even build this first prototype, in your head, do the maths, work it out. See if there is a bankable business case. Because if you don't have that, and if you don't know your market segment, and if you don't know what your supply and demand of this thing is going to be, then it's pointless having a smart idea if there's not going to be a need for it. And I think that comes with being in the trade that long, where you learn from the mistakes and your lessons learned. And but my job is that I believe you have to talk about these things. Talk about the successes, talk about the failures. Failures are not bad things. It teaches you what not to do, right? And I think that that's something that needs to happen. People don't share enough when it comes to how business becomes successful and how do you move things from point A to point B. So I think I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. And the question I have for you, should, given your experiences, I know we have discussed this before, but what do you want to say to academics and students around how can universities and industry collaborate to accelerate commercialization?
Okay, thank you for that question. Maybe let me pose the question to the audience. In the research that we do, how often do you think about, if I were to solve this problem, what is the ROI in terms of finance, be it financial or non-financial? Because the problem that we normally solve is based on the research, and we're saying, I'm doing this and I just want to improve the let me just take the materials, right? You model and then you look at optimization of the materials. But did you convert, how often do you think about what value will it bring? In terms of the solution, you would know from the research, the problem that you're solving. But take it to the industry. Go and make your research to be as practical as it possibly can. That's where the industry and research partnership works, because you're taking that research, now you're converting it back to Nick's point to say, bankable. Can our research be bankable so that at least the implementation doesn't become difficult? Because now you already are building a business case from the institution. You know exactly what needs to be done, but you might not have the industry perspective. So the two partnering, it closes the gap to say, how do we now move our research to be bankable and all of that? But the question is, how do we link in all the pipeline of educational system? The research that we do, how does it link to a high school student? How does it look like in terms of the foundation to the primary school and all of that? Looking back to the government industry to say, how then do we pipeline and set ourselves so that the work that we do at tertiary level, it's not something that will just collect dust in terms of publication and all of that. It is legacy. Let's start to look into building legacy so that we don't just do work for the sake of doing work, but it is something that you look back and say, my research, it set a foundation at a primary school. My research, it influenced the curriculum in a secondary, and now it influenced the policy development within an organization, let alone at a government national level, where it influences now the policy reform. Let's be intentional with our research. Let's look at it not only from my space of work and my expertise. Think beyond what you are doing. If your research is in that sense, you will never struggle with commercialization, because now it speaks to so many levels of educational system. Even at work, we still learn. We don't know it all, but we have different needs. But your focus is different, and I would challenge different, especially the institution. Please, let's look at how we structure our curriculum so that it makes sense. And that's a challenge that I pose to everybody, that let's look at into that. And also us, as people in the industry, we need to be aligned with what the universities are doing, as well as the lower institution, which is primary and high school.
Thank you so much, Mashudu. You actually highlighting what Nick has also highlighted previously about the need to transform curricula. So how do you plan to assist Unisa from the social innovation lab perspective to ensure that we will have a transformed curriculum that will speak to the needs of ESCOM and other industries?
There's a program called EPEP that ESCOM has, which the intention is to partner with all South African universities. Unisa was one of the universities that we were never in partnership with. The reason why we are looking into that, and we also have the TESP, which is the Tertiary Education Support Program, where we are looking at how then do we look into working with the universities of technologies, and the TVET colleges to bridge the gap of we do things in isolation that is not aligned with the industry. And we're trying to build those centers of specialization, because we know our problems, but we might not have all the hands to do it. Why not use the vehicles such as the academia, be it at a TVET level or the university level? And part of it, I remember vividly sending an email requesting partnership, and there are professors that will attest to that, because we are now being intentional, and we need to make sure that we build these relationships with the university, especially with Unisa, so that we can understand how can we leverage on what is already existing instead of reinventing the wheel. That's what takes us long, because we don't partner, and we also don't trust in the work that other people are doing. So it's about time we tap into those expertise, and part of that is to make sure that Unisa is part of the universities that we partner with, and we build those centers of expertise and or specialization rather, and we tap into what is already existing. We don't want to start from scratch.
Thank you so much. Do you want to add, Nick?
If I start, I'm not going to end. No, I just want to echo what she said. I think in closing, is this our closing? Or do you have more after this? I just want to... Okay. Sorry. Okay, no problem. Yeah, so I think structured programs, the way that we're intending to do via PEP and via our test programs, is most definitely going to beneficiate. But I remember there's a lot of strategy that comes from Eskom side in terms of who we partner with. So there's already pockets of excellence within the universities where from legacy you'll find that you'll have strengths in certain areas, right? Eskom will leverage those strengths, but we also want to develop other universities that don't have those strengths, right? And plant those seeds as well, so that they also grow, you know? And I think that's very important narrative that you need to bring across. And I think the development levels throughout all universities in South Africa vary. You're going to have its strengths, you're going to have its weaknesses. And it's about companies and industry understanding what's out there, right, to be able to leverage those strengths and to assist on those weaknesses. You know, so I think it's about a bigger strategy. It's not just from the university perspective. It also needs to be from an industrial perspective to actually understand what this mapping looks like. So if you can work on something like that there, where you almost have like a visual representation of what the capabilities are, so that industry can now leverage on it, and vice versa.
I think we can work on that framework from the Social Innovation Lab platform. We can co-design with the industrial partners. And Renee, the role of recycling and circular economy in reducing materials dependency, tapping into expertise.
Yeah, it's an absolute no-brainer. Before I get into it, I just want to make one comment on what Nick and Mashudu had said, which is the funding market in this country always requiring a bankable business plan. This bankable business plan concept is a dinosaur age business concept, and it's I think the single biggest reason why companies in South Africa do not advance and do not innovate. I'll give you two examples. If you look at the current AI boom, it could never have happened in South Africa because companies in the USA and Silicon Valley were looking at working at this. There was no market. There was never a market. They developed the technology without a market, and the market came. In South Africa, it would never happen because no bankable business plan. You look at the battery electric vehicle industry. The Chinese, 2 decades ago, cornered the rare earths market. There was no batteries, there was no potential market for it, but they cornered it, and the market came. So we are hamstrung by this really stupid business model. There's no other word to describe it. in terms of the recycling, when we started in this business of taking critical minerals, taking PGMs and starting to beneficiate, you're talking of things like iridium at $7,500 an ounce that you are buying it for 31 grams. You're paying $7,500 an ounce. And if you make a mistake on the production or you make a mistake on in your labs, that's it literally down the drain. So recycling became very, very clear as an absolutely no-brainer of a concept even before you started producing and even before you started going to market. You had to have the seeds of having a recycling development planted. And we did that deliberately. We got funding from the DTI for a TRIP program. And we did two things. We partnered with Forte University, because TRIP means you've got to partner with a university deliberately, because Forte was never part of this green hydrogen value chain. Most of the other universities that are well known, they had developed to an extent, but this university was lagging. And we also employed that strategy when we started to partner with Unisa as well. We didn't go to the normal Big Four or the normal universities that were heavily involved. We took those that were not involved and said, look, how do we partner and bring them along for the ride? And that, from an innovation perspective, just to talk a bit about that as well, I think that project is and will be continue to be a remarkable success. We by the TRIP project, did a lot of the basic work in our labs, and then we partnered with an American company called IBC to bring in something called molecular recognition technology into the green hydrogen space, the recycling space. And that work was recently presented at a conference in Orlando. I helped co-author the paper. So we are basically innovating and moving the boundaries of innovation forward based on an industry that hasn't really even materialized. So you have to position up front, innovate up front, and be able to be ready when the market does come. And I think we will be ready when the market comes. The next challenge obviously is now taking what we've done on a research basis, the process we developed, and getting it funded. And you're going to come to the same problem, they're going to ask for where's the market, and and like I said, the visionary guys will fund it. In our case, if I look back, Prof, if the DTI hadn't taken the leap of faith with us 10 years ago, we would never have achieved anything. And that's how it starts.
Thank you so much for innovations and solutions. ESCOM managed to develop off-grid renewable energy for communities, and we can decarbonize our economy indeed, so it can be done. And a point around implementing strategies, that it's important that we don't just come up with the strategies, but we actually implement them. And the need for a bankable business case is very, very important. We have to make sure that our research are bankable. And also a point around business entrepreneurship is required. And I also want to highlight the fact that it is also a vision of the Department of Higher Education and Training. They set up EDHE, which is Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education. And the objective of that entity is not only to help the students to be involved in economic activities of the country, but academics and academic leaders. So there is an obligation for universities to ensure that everybody within the academic space is actually contributing in the economic activities of the country. So it's something that the Department of Higher Education and Training, is actually highlighting, and it's quite clear in their policy. And around curriculum development in universities, I think we have a barrier in that space, more especially if we want to achieve one of the Department of Education and Training approved targets to improve throughput rates. As long as the curriculum is not transformed, we are still going to be very far. So we have to find a way to help the universities to transform curriculum. And I believe that industries will have to come in hand in driving this, because from the social innovation platform, we are able to also invite government officials. So it's a platform where you get all the stakeholders sitting in one room. So I believe that industry is really going to assist us more, especially if we think of sustainability when it comes to the future of the country. And also circular economy and recycling, resource recovery is also a solution that students and academics must focus on coming up with initiatives so that we can recover the resources for value addition. And from that note then, I think we have time now for the audience. We've been talking on the stage, and what questions do you have? I can take 2 questions.
Thank you so much for the wonderful engagement. And I promise, colleagues, this is not for the gift this time around. It is definitely because I'm interested in this topic and this space, and I currently work on this particular space, which is hydrogen generation, batteries, and renewable energy, and all sorts. And I completely concur with the lady at the corner. My apologies for not remembering the name. We as academics and as a country, we talk a lot. I don't think South Africa faces the challenge of innovation and ideas and issues that need to be looked into. However, we face an issue of funding and also infrastructure that can feed to these innovative ideas that we currently have. I would propose that, this is not necessarily a question, but somewhat of a comment and something to nibble on. I'll propose that as much as we have work-integrated learning programs for undergraduate students, we should propose the same for emerging researchers, because now we have a lot of people that are established researchers, emerging researchers that are doing their postdocs and have these ideas and have a passion behind doing research. However, the infrastructure, even in the academic space, there's a lot of bottlenecks now because there's plenty of us with PhDs, and there's small space that was never designed for all of us to be doing this particular research that can be brought into commercialization. So I'll propose that industry might look into training these researchers now at research level as opposed to the academic or undergraduate level that they've been doing, because I know there are students that have done work integrated learning for their certifications and whatever programs, diplomas or PSCs. But if now we engage with the researchers that are established, now have a full understanding of what the gap is in terms of hydrogen generation and batteries that need to be developed with supercapacitors. They're actually there well on a day-to-day basis. So we might need to look into that type of collaboration to say, I have this project and this is the proposal. I'm currently working on this. However, I don't have enough time to do the research in this infrastructure because we have to interchange spaces. That's a current issue that we are facing, bottlenecks and in terms of research and accessing equipment to validate the materials that we are proposing as solutions. So if it would be now come to industry, would work with you guys because we have functioning equipment and space for us to train the individuals for the targeted issues and come up with better skills and come back into the academic space. That is another form of collaboration. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank you for mentioning the test. I'm one of the beneficiaries. I was in Walter Sisulu University, and test was one of the fundings that I applied for at some point as a proposal. However, because it is a low quintile school and it didn't have much equipment at the time to utilize many of this, the money that you guys were giving us and to put a lot of work into commercialized effective things, it only helped into the research production and brought me to the place that I am at the moment. So such programs are very beneficial, and I wanted you to know that there is a beneficiary of such programs and fundings that you guys do produce as ESCOM. We are very appreciative of that. So that is something that you might be doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually had a lot of questions, but I think they were answered while the session was going. To the chair, you're doing a great job over there. But I think with everything that has been mentioned, the main thing from this session that I took from this session is the fragmentation element. And I think my main concern now, or rather, because I don't want to say it's a question, or rather a comment, is towards the institution, our institution, Unisa. By the way, I'm a PhD candidate with the university. I'm doing environmental sciences. One of the panelists spoke about the big four universities. And I think this then becomes an opportunity for our university to get into the big, whatever number it is. And there are quite a lot of things that were mentioned which were answering questions that we had. ESCOM spoke about opportunities that they have. EPAP? I struggle to get that. And the professor also spoke about the Social Innovation Hub. And these are some of the platforms that we don't really get to know about, maybe because of the kind of institution that we're studying with, distance learning and all of that. But I think we need to bridge that gap. As the university, the students together with our management, try to find ways as students to say, now I'm applying myself to be part of these innovative spaces that exist. And the university also needs to get to a point of getting into the EPAP, because to some extent we do have measures in place, but we don't necessarily know about them, student university wise and university and organization wise. So maybe we need to find that how we actually get to the point of bridging that gap that we currently have.
Okay. Thanks a lot for such a nice engagement that really brings innovative awareness. Okay, I really appreciate for that. So mine is just a technical question basically. Okay, I've heard that you did mention that you have installed a microgrid system. Yeah, within the isolated community of Fixbeck. Okay, if I remember well. So now if I may ask, does the microgrid system has a battery storage system? Because if it does have a battery storage system, my question is, what are the autonomous days of operation during insufficient renewable energy resources, for example? And also, which renewable energy resources are you utilizing within that microgrid system project? And also, last question is, if I may ask, is there a room for any innovation? Yeah, maybe innovation solutions so that we can collaborate and bring, as researchers, bring students there to come up with a new innovative solution in terms of upgrading the system or doing any other, how can I say, bringing any other solutions that will bring, how can I say, that will bring innovation within that project itself, because we like really collaborate with people whereby there is an existing project which is already there so that students can come up with new ideas, with new solutions to upgrade it.
100%. First of all, we don't know each other, right? Just making it, we don't go on up. I'm just kidding. Okay, so I'm very proud of this project. So this project is still running. It's running 34 kilowatts of photovoltaic panels. And I mean, very old stuff. I mean, those days, the biggest panel was a 235 watt panel, believe it or not. And that was the best at the time. Okay? It's running 90 kilowatt hours of lithium ion battery storage. Right? And we have a very sophisticated control system that was developed in-house by ESCOM called Distributed Energy Resource Management System, DERMS. Right? So this is like the brains of the operation. So what it does It forecasts weather patterns, it looks at irradiation, it looks at the customers that it's providing energy for. All that is metered, all that metering information comes back. We do active load control, load curtailment, demand management, all of this is done autonomously. So that's the one and only reason why this project is still running close to 10 years now. Because the level of engineering and the level of it being a smart grid is almost at the highest of levels. So there's communication systems, all of this is happening. Right, so from those learnings, obviously, solar made sense there. Wind did not make sense. It wasn't a very high wind area. Since then, we've incorporated through one of those top 4 universities you were mentioning. I won't say who, right? But it was a small-scale, locally manufactured wind turbine, a 4-kilowatt wind turbine. And that has now also been incorporated into the microgrid design. So now we've got wind, we've got PV, we've got battery, right? And as well as load limiting, curtailment software that will ensure that you can ride through autonomy. So you asked how long? We had 3 weeks of severe weather in Lesotho, and this community, right? And it's not about load shedding the system. It's about managing your resources optimally. And I think that's what is the secret sauce that actually makes this work. Last year we just commissioned one of the first fuel cells. My colleague will be happy to know we are using fuel cell. PEM technology hydrogen fuel cell. It was 7.5 kilowatts and it was integrated into the microgrid as well. But unfortunately, the cost of hydrogen is just absurd. If you want to try to utilize it, I don't think the time is right now. We need to really improve to get that price of green hydrogen down. Otherwise, it's not going to make any case. I think battery technology has come so far. That 10-year-old battery is a 0.5C discharge capability, as an example. Today, we have batteries that are doing 4, 5, 6C discharge capabilities. So things have really changed. And I welcome if we have these facilities at Rocheville, which is not too far from here, City Deep, is where Mashuda and me come from. It's Eskom Research, Testing and Development. It's a state-of-the-art campus, I will call it, that has got some of the best equipment in the world. Right? And there we are now formulating a DER laboratory, Distributed Energy Resource Laboratory, where we're looking at what you mentioned, supercapacitors, all the stuff, name it, and the integration of that into these systems. So as Eskom, we need to understand how these disruptive technologies are going to affect our network. And we need to understand how to integrate them now. Understand? Electric vehicle research, we do tons of that as well. Electric vehicle charging, name it, whatever it is, right? So by all means, I think via the university contracts that we just explained, that we went out to university in terms of collaboration, right? We can look at collaborating at that front and utilizing some of our facilities for you guys' studies. That's not a problem. Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. And I think that brings us to the end. And I would like to appreciate your contribution. You are wonderful. Thank you for making time for Unisa, and I truly appreciate your insights. And I actually think I have a very good audience. Thank you so much for being the best. I appreciate the comments as well as the questions. And we only had 3 people contributing from the ground. 2 of them were focusing on, they were giving us comments, and there's one question, good question that came from the back. So thank you very, very much. Thank you so much once again, and over to you, Warren.
can we do a group of just you guys or of the entire audience? Just you guys. Okay, that's fine. Carry on. Is there a photographer in the house? He's coming. While they're taking a photograph, I'd just like to say thank you for just a really excellent day. I agree 100% that you guys have been an excellent audience. I can summarize some of the thoughts that was made, and would you guys like me to continue? All right. You guys can carry on with the photo. I mean, I guess you're waiting. No, what I was thinking that just throughout the entire day, when we started with Prof. Dube, we explored several themes, the niche areas specifically. The one was aviation and aeronautics, the one was on transport, and this last one was on energy. And I think there was a common thread that was set right at the beginning in terms of innovation excellence and the idea that the research should have impact and that there should be a end point to which all of the innovation that we are all doing as researchers, that there should be take up of that. And then Professor Sandhu was speaking about the examples of how in the biomedical field you have the research where already excellent research is being done and you have a market, but there's this gap in terms of how he called it the valley of death or something. I had this thought for a second that the prof opened with a biblical reference and then the other prof also mentioned a biblical reference. But that said, the common thread about the challenge or the activation barrier for actually going from the research all the way through to having a market where that is applicable and society can actually be impacted by it. And in all of the discussions in the aviation industry, there was a discussion about there's no work, there's too much pressure on the limited resources that there is. There's a demand for jobs, but nobody is doing it. And it seemed like there was a pipeline of death. Things are not getting to where they're supposed to be. In the transport discussion we had, there was a similar thread of the capability is there, the innovation is there, the agility to move, to change quickly from internal combustion or batteries, from gas to batteries, or what kind of energy resources should be put up. And again, there's this common thread of we just have to start making the connections so that the innovation of taking the excellent research that's being done should be taken all the way to the end point. And I think this is quite an opportune moment, actually, and it's prudent right at this time that industry and academia is particularly engaging in this way to address the need that either has collaboratively in terms of this is what we would like as industry and this is how academia could support that, and what are the things that we can do to actually improve, and to really have that impact that we have. And I was really inspired by many of the conversations that were had, and particularly on one of the quotes that was started right in the morning of African solutions for African problems, of we already have the capabilities, the resources, and ensuring that we have the ability to actually start making these things. And I mean, even just in this last discussion, there was a big point of beneficiation, of ensuring that our resources are actually, value is being added, that it can be utilized. So lots of inspiring things, lots of thought-provoking things, and I am excited to hear what's going to come of these catalytic niche areas, and also what we will hear from everybody tomorrow. So I'm closing today's proceedings. I'm not taking any more questions because I won't have any of the answers for them. But I'd just like to thank everybody for just participating today. We start promptly at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning again. Yes.